CSKT, everybody. Welcome to the July quarterly for 2024. Can we have roll call, please, Jen?
Mike Dawson,
I'm here.
Tom McDonald,
Here.
Jennifer Finley. Here. Jim Molitor. Here. Carol Langford. Danielle Matt. Here. Bing Matt. James Steele Jr.
Una.
Martin Charlo.
Present.
Len Tooties. Here. Lanice Trahan.
Thank you, Jen. And Johnny, I was wondering if you would give us a prayer this morning. Mm-hmm. Catch him while he's eating, huh?
Yeah. The bacon. Dip of bacon right in his mouth. It's swallow my food. Yeah.
Oil lemlumch.
On.
Lemlumch het wat squax. Is kan kameeltjes of zo. Zu open. Kom je gestlust. Kot spaarslust. Hoe het. Ja, kes me zoete kesen kuskele voor het sia. Kunt kes lemtich het was. Queen kodden zoeten kom ik. Kussen shade het was. Het sia. We give thanks this day for blessings on our council, on behalf of the people, that all their meetings will be good and straight, to defend our land, our rights, and for all the people here. We ask blessings from the Creator. Lamlam Shletcha.
Thank you, Johnny. Next on the agenda is the flag song from Yaman Sut.
Hey!
Well, with that, we come to our part of the program where we have elders that want to speak. If anybody in our elders want to speak, that would be welcome right now. Any elders that might want to say a word today? Got Vernon?
Testing. Oh, it's on? Oh, so good cookney. Nasa mietki. Lamb lunch to the drum group for the song. There was only one drum group at the snake dance and dancing yesterday, and so they had to do all the songs themselves. And still made it here this morning to do it again. So very good. Not working? Is that one better?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, council, for all being present and all the work that you do. I speak from experience that it's not an easy seat you're sitting in, and I really appreciate everything that you guys do. And if you didn't hear before, I was thanking the drum group for all the songs yesterday and this morning. I'm here in particular for the dedication that you're going to do later on, and I think it's very fitting. I always tell my kids and the coworkers that there's a Vern Claremont work ethic. You show up at least on time and early, and you do your job, and you don't, and you do it not because of anything but your own expectations and your own standards you're setting for yourself. And that's what he did his whole life. And he never, and working in the tribe, I mean, there's a lot of us guilty showing up 7:20, 7:30, and but he never did. But he never imposed that kind of stuff on anybody else. It was a standard he set for himself. And so I'm really appreciative that, and I think it's very appropriate, the dedication that you guys are going to be doing for Vern, and to name the building and after him is very appropriate, and I just wanted to come here and say thank you to all of you for doing that, because it's very well deserved. So that's all that I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vernon.
It's quick to all of you this morning. I seen a few of you down there yesterday. Yeah, Carol, Tom, being he was hiding somewhere. It was good though. It was good. They, I would just like to take time to thank the family for giving us the opportunity to be with Vern a lot. He was away from home a lot, done a lot of stuff, but he was like Mr. Finley said, it was a a good experience to work with it. It's kind of a good, bad feeling that you get. Good feeling that you got that, but it's a bad deal that he's gone, but he'll live on forever in a lot of us, as we learn from him. It's kind of a, now it's hard to say, because he was such a, he was a great worker, but he also enjoyed people. He liked to talk. Cindy wouldn't let him go to cheers with us anymore. But that wasn't good for him, so we tried to talk him into, so you'd sneak over there, she won't know. But he wouldn't there, so it was good. But I want to thank you guys too, council. Keep up the work, but let's get this land back. That was one of the things I always pushed on Vern, find money to do this so we can get this land back. This is getting crazy out there. We're getting people coming in here that, plus, we don't need all that happy smoke around here. That stuff there should never have got in here the way it did. It's just, no good. But today's Vern's day, so I'll quit right there. Just say lem.
Lim, Sean. Any other elders want to say a word or two today?
Lemlemch, Hetsia. I'm, like our family said, we're glad to be here in Vern's honor. He was a great person, not only a great boss, but a great friend. He would come into my office at times when he had a few minutes and would sit and visit and talk about his family. And, you know, he was such a honest, hardworking person. And I enjoyed working for him. But, you know, there's a lot of times when I think about him. And when I do, I say a prayer for him. But I just wanted to let the family know that I enjoyed working with Vern, and you know, they know he was a good, very good person. He was a very good boss. And I'm glad that we all are here, and our drum group was invited. Thank you. Thank you, Cindy and family. Lemlemch.
Anyone else? Well, thank you for the elders who have spoken. We'll move on to our council updates, and Cheryl, can we start with you today?
Well, I want to thank you all for coming today, and I'm glad we're, like everybody said, honoring Vern, and I'll wait till that time to really talk about Vern. I just want to say that I've the last month, 2 months, haven't done too much traveling. Mainly, it's hanging out here, trying to get work done. Been working on skate parks for both Harley, Ronan, and Pablo, and as you could see, if you were down there yesterday, that the skate park was quite busy, and it was really nice to see that we're providing things in the community that will really help the kids out and get them off the couch and keep them off the roads. And I guess as a council, we're trying to do our best to provide more for our communities, and it's really nice to see. It was really good to see some people down there that I hadn't seen in a while. Of course, Junior Bluff, you know, that Junior always drives over for a lot of our services here on the reservation, if you don't know that, and same with John Cluey, or Joe Francis Cluia, sorry. And, you know, you really appreciate people like that, that take the time to come over because they've known our people forever. And so at the celebration, it's so nice to see so many people that I haven't seen out throughout the year, but it was really, really sad to see how many people we've lost. And it's just really hard. And so I really want to thank the Matt family and the drum group and everybody that was down there yesterday to start the celebration off in a very, very nice way. And it's just, it's a long week, but it's just, I think we can slow down a little bit during the celebration and really take everything in and take our time to really have a good celebration. And so I'm really pleased with all of that. The council's really been busy on a number of issues, and I have thought I was going to say a few things about it, but I think at this time, it's a special day for the Claremonts and for all of us to celebrate that. And so I will leave that off of the table for another time. And just want to thank the drum group for being here this morning and thank the council for all being here today. It's a constitutional requirement that we have it this morning. And I know John Tester's going to be down at the Sorrel camp about 11:30. I was thinking about heading down there for that, but I want to make sure I'm here for the honoring of Vern. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Carol. Danielle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. Been a crazy fast 6 months. Lots of learning curves along the way, and really grateful to the team up here, this council team that we have for the direction and the help to get through this early start to my career here. Had my first district meeting in June. We talked about the Jocko River Restoration Project, Public Law 280, and the renaming of the town of Dixon. That was an interesting conversation, and we're going to continue that conversation July 13th down there at Dixon Agency, a community barbecue, about 3 o'clock. So if anybody's got any input on that, we're open to all feedback there. Really grateful to Kathy Ross and her programs. Renewed Horizons, they're really making strides in bringing communities together and fighting addiction. Recently appointed to the MMIP task force. Went to that first meeting in June. There was a lot of good information there, and looking forward to continue with that. We're looking to send 3 people, maybe a law enforcement officer, fish and game officer, and one of our council members to a search and rescue training in September through the MMIP project there. But yeah, so really busy last few months, and looking forward to the next few months. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Danielle. Martin?
Mr. Chair, Pesquex, Pesia, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. It's a nice kind of halfway point of the year. I'm thankful that for the people that made it through. Sad for the ones that we lost. Always mixed feelings at the memorial. It's always good to see a lot of people anytime that are friends, but it's sad because of the circumstances. And so definitely prayers for all the families for continued healing. You know, we have the rest of this year will be really important for a lot of things that we do here. And so a lot of work to do. I'll kind of echo that this is Vern's day, so keep it short, but I just want to make sure that, you know, we thank all the employees we have, all of our elders. We got to celebrate Frances Vandenberg's birthday, 89th birthday yesterday. I'm fortunate enough to have her as my godmother, and she's a wealth of knowledge that everyone should try to go and sit with her for a few minutes if they have the opportunity. She's always the south end there, with her family, so it just kind of wanted to recognize her birthday and just thank, kind of everyone out there that's making progress, helping our communities, our recovery communities. I got a chance to sit down with one of the people that are starting our recovery community here, a few blocks away. And the work that they're doing is incredible. The pace that they're going at it, you know, the dedication, and it's peer based, and that's one of the best things, to have a community of people that support that. And so, you know, we're looking forward to having a big facility built somewhere in the state, and looking forward to kind of partnering with them where we can from here. But the main focus I think we're going to look at is aftercare services here. When you come back from any place that you've been away from for a while, and you can fall back into the same friends groups or family groups, and having a good, safe community to go back to that is supportive of what you're doing, and your recovery is critical to that longevity of that process. And you know, I've seen it work. You know, I have a good friend who's doing it right now, and it's awesome to see his progress and see the things that he's doing. And yeah, yesterday was a good example of that. And so thankful for everyone that came here today. Want to make sure that everyone has a safe, fun holidays, safe travels to everyone. We'll see you down in the powwow. So, lunch.
Thank you, Martin. Glenn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, distinguished membership. Thank you all for being here today. Cindy, thank you for bringing your family. Today is just it's a sad day, but it's an awesome day that we're acknowledging Vern. And I learned a lot from him, and it's just kind of you know, we're kind of making some changes here within the organization, and not having Vern around to guide us, we're struggling with that, you know. But I'm glad that we've taken the time today to acknowledge Vern and acknowledge all the great work that and contribution that he's done for our people. I don't really have an update for our people. I haven't not been traveling. I just been staying on the reservation and trying to help the people the best I can. And this council has been doing a lot of great work, and we got a lot of challenges ahead of us yet. And I just feel honored to be part of the council. So, but once again, I just want to thank you guys all for taking the time to be here today. And as we get on the Powwow Trail, safe travels to you all. And one thing we need to always remember is, as we're gathering like this, that we need to continue to help one another. I think that's a message, a strong message that needs to come from the leadership, that we continue to give that message to our people. But thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Lynn. Bing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to thank Johnny for the prayer this morning. It was a good prayer, Johnny, and I really appreciate that. And I want to thank the drum group for the flag song this morning. As usual, they do a heck of a job when they do their flag songs. And, you know, and I just want to thank all the people for being here this morning, and especially the Claremont family. And like everybody stated, that Vern is missed greatly here. And you know, we always used to look up to Vern a lot and visit with him a lot, you know, and everybody here respected Vern a lot here. And I just want to thank you all for being here with us today. And, you know, just celebrate what we're going to do with the building here today. Like the rest of the council, I didn't go for too much, take any travel. I went down to, North Carolina for a week with the Intertribal Timber Council with forestry down here, and a lot of our graduates out of forestry, the kids were graduated, did receive awards down there for graduating, and also scholarships that they earned. You know, and it was good to see these kids from here to do that, and along with other kids from other parts of the country receiving those awards too. Like Carol was stating about the skate park, it's been pretty busy down there since powwow's been going on. And yesterday I come by the basketball court up there, and that place was packed with kids in there, and they're going to plan on resurfacing that, and also maybe expanding that a little bit more for the kids, so we could have a bigger facility down there for them to play with on there. And like I stated, there was a pile of kids on there yesterday, and I think my son said there's something like 56 teams that are going to be in that 3-on-3 tournament today. And I think there's something like 99 games that's scheduled. So there's going to be a busy day down there today. And you know, with the courts going up there, then Jim's going to be busy with teams playing down there too, that are in community center. So it's going to be a long day for him down there today. So Quinnell's got his work cut out for him today down there. So with all the kids down there, I mean, they're from, I think, third grade up. I think that's where they start. You know, so it's going to be a long day for them. But it's good to see all them kids participating in that kind of a sport for them. Like I stated, I don't have too much to report on. I just had a return trip to go to North Carolina on it with that. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet. We've been working on talking a little bit about Public Law 280 as usual, and also the enrollment issue that coming up. We talked about that, so we're gonna be working with them here shortly and start getting that off the ground. So, and but it's you know, it's just those kind of things that are gonna keep us busy for a while, and council's gonna be faced with some issues here down the line. So like stated, you know, it's gonna be something to deal with. I think that's about all I have to say. I got to, like I don't have too much, didn't say I have too much to do this week. So I want to thank you all again for being here, and hopefully everybody will enjoy the powwow. Probably, I think it starts at noon, 1 o'clock today, 1 o'clock. I think 1 o'clock today when I grand entry. So and points start tonight. So yeah, everybody will be signed up and for contests and everything else today. So it's going to be busy down there. So hopefully we see a lot of you down there, and hopefully everybody enjoys the powwow. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Bing. Jennifer?
Thank you. So in this last quarter, I was pretty busy. One of the things that I did in April is I attended the Tribal Self-Governance Conference in Arizona. And every time I attend any conference or anything on behalf of the tribes, I'm well aware of the fact that my tribe is spending money to send me there to bring something useful back for the tribe. And every time I go someplace, I always try to get as much information about grant opportunities or, you know, as much useful information as I can for our people. And I maximize my time there and go to all the things. So I attended the Tribal Self-Governance Conference in Arizona, and one of the things that I did is I did a presentation about our tribal civics program. And our tribal civics program will be on our website when our new website is unleashed. And it's a series of several videos and a curriculum that goes with that. And one of the reasons I think that's so important is because how are we educating our people to protect our sovereignty? And the only reason we're here is because other people protected our sovereignty. So how are we arming our people? How are we educating our people about our sovereignty so they can protect it? And one of the reasons I wanted to do a presentation at the Tribal Self-Governance Conference is because if more tribes intentionally educate their citizens and arm their citizens with information about their sovereignty, the better they can protect it. And the stronger all of our nations will be collectively, the stronger we will all be collectively. If we all systematically and intentionally educate our citizens about what they need to know to protect our sovereignty. So I did that. And then I also attended the Administrative Professionals Lunch at the Quatucknuck, and that was really important to me because it's really important that we honor the people who do the work of our tribe, who keep the tribal government going and represent us to the public. And we provide services to each other. And it's important to honor the people who show up to work every day and do the hard work of doing customer service and all of those other things to keep the government going. And I also got invited by the Native Nations Institute to meet with other tribal leaders to talk about tribal leadership. And that was very interesting. And I think about how unique our position is as tribal leaders because we're not like the governor of Montana. We're not like the mayor of Polson. Our existence as a people depends on us to do our job, to be on our A game, to be on point, and to not be self-serving. And again, the reason why we're here is because we had leaders like that. And we come from a long line of leaders, not politicians. And politicians know how to play games. They will lie. They will say what they need to say to get ahead. And leaders do the right thing even when it's hard. And we exist as a people today because we come from a long line of leaders. And I would say that about every tribe in the United States. So it was really an honor to be part of that. And then I also volunteered for 2 days in Sanders County to keep the satellite election offices open. I don't live in Sanders County. It's not my district, but I am a strong believer in our democracy. And I want to play my part in making sure that people can actively participate in our democracy and exercise their right to vote. That's really important to me. And it was really, really exciting in Hot Springs. We had several people come in who've never voted before. And they voted because there was a satellite election office. And it was really important to have a tribal presence there, to have tribal people working those satellite offices. So I'm really honored and grateful to be part of that. And then I attended the NCAI mid-year conference I was also in Cherokee, North Carolina, not the same time as Bing. And that was very interesting. So one of the things that I did there is I testified on behalf of our tribe about the commodity program. And that's really important. And one of the things that the USDA is doing is they're developing training materials for their employees so they can work better with Indian people. And one of the things that I asked them to really consider is that their trust responsibilities for Native Americans. So they educate their workers on they're not just doing this out of the kindness of their hearts and they're not giving us anything, that they owe us something because of trust responsibilities. And I wanted to make sure that gets in their training materials. I also serve on the Red Shield 8. I also attended the Red Shield 8 meeting in Billings with Patricia Hibbler. She's the chairwoman of that committee, but what we're doing in Red Shield 8 is going to be a regional treatment facility for Native Americans in Montana. And what we talked about at our last meeting is where it was going to be. So I made one last ditch effort to try to have it here, but that didn't get enough support. So it will not be here, but the Little Shell Tribe has donated land and some resources. So it looks like the Regional Treatment Center for Natives in Montana is going to be in Great Falls, thanks to the Little Shell Tribe. So very grateful to them. And that was one of the things that I learned at that meeting is that how seriously some tribes take apprenticeship and mentorship. So the Fort Peck tribe, for example, is doing something that I thought was really innovative. They're sending 5 tribal members at a time to medical school, all expenses paid. And then when those 5 people graduate from medical school, they'll come back and they'll have 5 tribal member doctors in their community, and they're going to send another 5. And I think that I would really like to see our tribe be more aggressive and bold with apprenticeships and mentorship. And how can we grow our own and really take that seriously? And in what ways can we put our money where our mouth is in that regard? So anyway, I just wanted to say that. I thought that was really, really wonderful. And then one of the other things that I did is I'm a strong believer in naturopathic healthcare. And so I connected the president of the Montana Naturopathic Health Association to Tribal Health. And they've been in discussions and working on bringing on a naturopath to Tribal Health. So people who want naturopathic care can access that through Tribal Health. And so the discussions are underway for that. And, you know, and the other big thing that we have coming up is the enrollment committee. And I just want to assure the membership that my role and any part of this is not for me. It's not for myself. I will not do anything that's self-serving, whether it's on this committee or anything I serve on. My role here is to serve the people, to make sure that we continue to exist as a people. To make sure that 100 years from now, we still have a land to stand on. A place to protect our home. So that's all I wanted to say, Lemlemsh, and I'm really grateful to be here today, and especially to honor Vern Claremont. I didn't know him as well as some of the other folks, but all of my interactions with him were so kind, a truly a kind, deeply intelligent, thoughtful soul. And he truly is an example of someone who gave his life for others and not for himself. And he is a strong role model in that regard. And I'm really lucky in my lifetime that I got to meet him and know him. I'm much.
Thank you, Jennifer. James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Hesquex Pesia. Just appreciate the day of honoring Vern. He was a good person to work with. I sure appreciated his mentorship when I was 20 years ago, when I was 30 something, when I was chairman. He sure helped me in a lot of ways. This morning I'm just feeling a little heavy-hearted. We lost a young person this week in Mission, Curtis Brown family, and I just kind of want to remember them. You know, we have a number of troubled young people in our community, and you know, I can think of a number of times I picked that young man up and gave him a ride up to his Yaya's place, and you know, and just to see that whole troubling circumstance is just hard to deal with. Some of the things that I've been working on, even before I was on council, is trying to help those that are struggling with addiction. And I had my son that was, my adopted son was hooked on heroin, and that was I had no clue as to any of it. Alls I know is my spoons started disappearing, and I had no idea what that meant, and talked and entertained visited with some folks that were my cousin Kathy Ross and different ones that were more familiar with the signs of addiction. I come to learn out that the spoons were being used for heroin. I had no idea. All I know is my spoons are disappearing. And so starting that path, and I started having things stolen. Pendleton blankets, beaded items. I had a bunch of bolo ties. They're all gone. Rifles and things like that. And that was my adopted son stealing the stuff, and kind of my distant cousin, but he's more nephew. They both were stealing a number of things. But one ended up in prison in Idaho and one ended up in the justice system of the state. Thankfully, both of them are in what we call recovery. My son's been working for about 2.5 years, has a really good girlfriend, and she's keeping him in line. And he works down at the, used to be Montana Naturals, but it's Designs for Health now. So they had a little family get together in Arlee. Some of the extended family from Washington and Moses Lake were there, so I was attending that. So the other person that I deal with, another young person, I won't mention his name, but he ended up in prison, so he's up in Shelby. And another person that I deal with from Mission, his picture's still on the door there at the Gambles in Mission, but he's in pre-release in Great Falls. He's doing well. He's a descendant. And then I've got one that just got out of treatment about 2 months ago, and he's back into fentanyl. He's relapsed. And then I've got another one that's I'm trying to get into treatment. And then there's a couple of about 3 different moms that I'm trying to help as well, that are in different places of addiction. So one couple of the things that, one thing I want to say too is Tribal Health has been really good about helping folks that if they want to be in treatment, Tribal Health has been helping them. So that's a good. The other program that Tribal Health is working with is Never Alone Recovery Support Services there in Ronan, and they also work up here in Pablo. That is a great organization. Anyone that walks in their door, they'll do their best they can to help them. And, you know, it's around us. We see it all the time. And once it crosses the path into your family, it's a different thing. You know, it's easy to point fingers at them, but once it's somebody you love and care about, it makes it more close to your heart. So that's one thing that I wanted to report on that I've been working on a lot, and haven't been able to help everybody, but I try to do as best I can with those that want to be helped, you know, and that oftentimes feeding them, giving them rides, clothes, all of the different things. And so anyway, Lem Specia, and definitely am glad and honored to honor Vern Claremont.
Thank you, James. Jimmy?
Not much, John. First of all, I'd like to say Lemon to the Yamasut. Beautiful to hear those songs on our songs, and it's just it's the right time of the year too. It's a powwow going on. I wanted to say thank you for this from Vern's family. Vern, I've known Vern for quite some time. Back in 2004, when I first got on council, he was a great help to me. I was sitting in his office every day just to get the information I needed, and he was always there. He's great person. I miss him a lot every day. Every time I go back there, I think about him and all the help he was to a lot of people. I don't like Leonard. I didn't go anywhere this quarter. I've been staying home, working on issues with. Got a few elder issues that I'm trying to get through with people that it's a struggle. And I hate to see elders in a situation where they can't get the help they need. But we'll work it out. And you know, was with Carol at the opening of the skate park. That was pretty awesome. It was great to see some of them kids that really are experienced in that. And it is amazing to see how the chances they take on, to fly around that thing. You think somebody really get hurt, but they know what they're doing. It's just fun to watch, and it's a good thing to have them kids, something for them kids to do. I think it'll get busier as time goes on because their kids are coming there and there. I see them out there till dark, but not a lot of them right now. But I think that's going to get better. Gives them something to do. Also looking to get some land down there in Arlee for baseball fields. So many people moved in that they don't have enough baseball fields to keep everybody playing. They're trying to find a place right now to continue on with a certain age of kids, and they just can't find anything, or trying to use a smaller field for a different league. I think they're looking to use to fence in the big fields just so they could play the game, finish their league. But that's a big, I'm talking with Lance, maybe we find something for that. It's just, like I said, I didn't travel anywhere, so I haven't got a report on travel, but I'm working on all these issues. There's a lot of things happening here locally that to spend some time with and try to help these folks that are in needy situations. So I really like doing that. I like the fact that Jennifer's working on the treatment center. I think the treatment center has been needed for a long time, and a lot of people, especially people that are close to you, people you know that need treatment, and there's nowhere to go. And James Steele talking about helping these folks in the same situation. I have family members that I talk to and try to help and try to get them off to treatment. But they've been there and they've done that, so they know more than you do. But all you can do is try to talk with them and help them. Also wanted to apologize to Vernon Finley because I was going to go with them on his field trip, and personal things come up. Can't do it, but I apologize. I really wanted to go. And so, Lumlex, thank you. That's about all I got.
Thank you, Jimmy. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank Johnny for the prayer and the drum. As always, I think you guys sound better every day. And of course, the food. I want to thank for the food. There was bacon, really important. One of those primary food groups of the day that I need. So thank you all for that. Again, thank you all for coming. And of course, the Claremont family, thank you so much. This is a great day that we can honor Vern. I've known Vern since 1968. I consider him a personal friend and colleague, someone I always looked up to, someone I always sought advice from. And, in a lot of people's lives, that's a rare thing to have. And so to count on someone like Vern to be around and be there for you can't be overstated how important that is, because he was solid as a rock and honest as a day can be. So appreciate that. I'll be quick as I can. There's a couple of things that I want to report on that are pretty important. And the first one was there was an initiative by a local guy who wanted to open up our reservation to non-member big game hunting. And we kind of rallied our troops and friends and put some other vibes out there to make sure people wouldn't sign that initiative, so it wouldn't become a ballot initiative for the state of Montana. And that has been successfully done. So at least for now, there's not going to be a public referendum on hunting on our reservations or any reservation in Montana. And so there's a lot of folks that I want to thank for that. John Harrison, our legal department, and some of our other folks, and some of our colleagues that are in the fish and wildlife community that rally their folks behind keeping that dead. Another thing that's kind of in the highlight all the time is the Flathead Lake management and pool elevation. And council assigned me to to be on a weekly Wednesday meeting that's basically you're managing the water flow in the Columbia River. It's a technical management team. What they do is they manage hydropower facilities that are under federal control for fish flows, for salmon and bull trout and whatever. And that is those required flows to keep our bull trout and salmon alive may cause reservoirs to go down. And indeed, that's what happened last year in Flathead Lake because there was no snow. There wasn't anything to run off and keep the lake full. So trying to measure that and making sure that we follow our path that leaders, has been mentioned before, the leaders ahead of us have set forward, that we owe a lot to our fisheries. We owe a lot to bull trout. We owe a lot to salmon, and we want to make sure that they're there forever. And so my position was to be on this technical team to make sure that we make sure fish flows happen. That somebody with their wakeboard boat in Flathead Lake isn't going to dry up our river just because they want to go, sailing around in a ski boat. But that's been a pretty enlightening thing. It's a complex system as far as the hydropower from the headwaters here in Hungry Horse and Lake Koocanusa and Libby Dam all the way down to Astoria. It's quite extensive, a lot of considerations. I also wanted to report on the International Joint Commission on the Boundary Treaty Waters. So the Kootenai River system, and I mentioned this last quarter, had some dramatic headway as far as representing Indigenous people in Canada and the United States to represent our concerns and our issues for the environment and our area of interest. And they have now put our Indigenous governments on the planning team and recognized for the first time since 1909, since the Boundary Treaty Water Act was in place, that we get into conflicts with Canada over water pollution, air pollution, or whatever it might be. Our tribes and the tribes in both countries will have a voice and have representation. We just passed we call the joint reference. It's the rules that we'll engage in to try to clean up the Kootenai River from the British Columbia coal mining that's devastating the river with selenium, causing fish to be missing parts when they're born. They're affecting their reproductive capabilities. So that's impact to the entire upper Columbia when you look at it, especially the Kootenai River. We're trying to restore white sturgeon and protect our bull trout, cutthroat trout, and bring back burbot in the lower river, and all the hard work that our sister tribe, the Kootenai tribe of Idaho, has been doing. It's really critical that we're able to hold up to that. So we'll have a process over the next 2 years where we're going to make sure with the Canadian government, the United States government, and our fellow tribes that are part of this, that we'll start the cleanup of the Kootenai River and that watershed. And there might be different opportunities for us to participate in that. I hope so. But it's a new day, and I'm really proud again of staff that worked on that to make that happen. It's really important. I think someone else mentioned before, maybe it was Bing, that anytime there's change, we have vacancies, we want to look at our adaptive management for administration. So to make things better, to try to improve what we're doing. So we will be exercising our due diligence to look at our administrative structure in the coming months to see if there's any tweaking or changes we need to make as we go forward. So that's an important aspect of it. The enrollment committee, I'm very, very much looking forward to the discussions that come out from our citizens that stepped up to help advise on that issue. I think, again, that's our due diligence to periodically look at what we consider our citizenship and how we determine that citizenship. It's very critical. It's change. It's not the federal government that tells us who's a member of our tribe. It's us. And if we want to change things, we can. If we want to do whatever we want, it's our business. And so it's really critical that we periodically look at that and look at trends or changes. Whatever it is, it's just a required look. And I look forward to that in the next few months, at least before the end of the year. Again, the skate parks that Carol mentioned are just damn cool. I mean, here's one of those things where how can we have healthy environment for our kids. Can we have more things that we can do? Is there a way we can match money? Is there money out there to help with these things? And there it is, Schoolworks Montana, you know, Mr. Jeff with his band, you know, putting up $100,000 for any community that wants to build a skate park in Montana. You know, that's amazing. And can we muscle up some match or something else we can add to that? You're damn right we can, because that's important for our kids to be able to have an opportunity to do something different, something healthy, and it's just critical. So I applaud, you know, Arlie having a skate park, and Pablo gonna have a skate park, Ronan's gonna have a skate park, and it's really important. I know Carol and I also serve on a Push Play Foundation that looks to add some other playground equipment on any reservation community. So we look forward to that happening too. With that, I'll shut up and let you all know I have a new hip, so I'm going to be running here in a little bit. You know, moving a little slow, but you know, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Tom, the new hippie. And I do want to thank Johnny for the prayer and the drum group for songs. And thank the elders for speaking, who spoke. Definitely thank Frank Finley for the food. And thank all my cohorts here on council for their service. It's been and is a good time. I don't have a lot to add to what everybody has said. I'm glad to see that in Hot Springs we're having a few things happen. Looking at remediating all of the toxics out of the old bathhouse, and maybe something will happen there. We'll be looking at that. I'm happy after about 30 years of asking, Daryl Whitworth has been after me forever to get after the road to one of our cemeteries that I always hated the report he had that, yeah, we had to get a John Deere to pull the hearse up to the cemetery one time to approach the grave. So we're working on that, and I'm hoping that'll come to fruition this summer. So, and they're talking about putting a walking path around the old property that's just a little north of the bathhouse section. So got a few things happening in Hot Springs. I'm glad to see that. And as everybody has said, I'm very glad to see that we're honoring Vern today. I used to come to the complex to see Mickey Pablo, and of course get a chance to see Vern. I didn't get to work with him a lot. I worked on a couple boards with him, but when I think of Vern, I think of his smile and his laugh. He always had a smile for you no matter what you were doing with him, and I always appreciated that. So with that, I'll conclude our council updates, and we'll move to the next section here to recognize some of our workers, our employees. And James, were you going to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first set of names are individuals that have recently retired. Linda Ashley, Michael Pierre, Deborah Hogginson, Bud Gillen, Georgie Mitchell, Steve Normando, James Williams, Cynthia Sharp, and Patricia Claremont. The next individuals are individuals that have worked 15 years for the tribes. Jesse Drennan, Rosalie Parker, Rachel Big Sam, Jason Heavy Runner, Alfred DeRoche, Sally Cordier, Denise Pugmire, Francis Ortlands, Ellen Big Sam, Jim Claremont, Carrie Kingery, Eli Sheridan, Shane Morjo, Letitia Kalawat, Jody Perez, Kenji Kobayashi, William Antone, Kelly Obenik, Kelly Parker, Krista Weatherwax, Megan Inmay, Lucas Michelle, Adam Westerman, Chelsea R. Lee, Ashley Kenmill, Devin Claremont, William Mesteth, and Travis Harley.
Thank you, James, and thank you to all those employees, the ones that are retiring as well as the ones who have put in that much time to serve our people. Truly appreciate that. With that, we'll move to the agenda item, which is the Vernell Claremont Building Sign Honoring. And my understanding, Ruthie has a few things to say.
Cut you open. I was on my way up because, of course, I knew this event was being scheduled. And just to, I guess, for the benefit of the audience and those who are watching the meeting presently, this building, we occupied it 20 years ago last month. It was one of the building projects, one of the many building projects that Vern had actually had a part in, of course, in securing the financing for it, which was a loan from the Kerr Conveyance Fund, which if any of you ever worked in the tribe since '85, you know, they talk about you act like that's coming out of your own pocket. Mr. Claremont was much more diligent with the tribe's money, and the Kerr Conveyance Fund was one that was going to assure us the ability to purchase Kerr Dam when the time to relicense the dam came up. So the funds were secured to build this facility and also the Arley Community Center. So I'd like to impart all of that information to you to now know that Arley Community Center and this building are 20 years old. And it took that long to come up with the name, probably because even though the buildings across the way, which is where Vern spent most of his career actually, from 1978 until 2004, those buildings, the North Building is named the Francis Liberty Building. The council named it in honor of a gentleman who'd served as a custodian down at the Dixon Complex for many years. And the other building, which is the law enforcement building, is the Henry Berlin Building. And that was named in honor of one of our former tribal judges. So again, to impart that knowledge to everyone, buildings have been named. We should refer to them as such. So this building just was the new tribal complex. I came into this building at that time, June 2004. Vern came into his office down there. At that time, I'd been working for the tribe for 20 years. And pretty much every step of the way, I had the honor and the privilege of working with him and in collaboration with many of the things that the tribe was doing at that time and since. Up to that point, a few more years later, I would begin to work for him directly as the director of the budget and self-governance. And thankfully for me, I get to come under the mentorship, the tutelage, the guidance of someone who'd been there since the beginning. So he was on board when Jane Claremont came on in 1977 as a self-determination contract official. And so she, along with Vern, you know, is really how this tribe launched itself into self-determination under 638 contracting. And he being the financial person in charge of that is really what has secured this tribe's future and why we have been successful. It is unfortunate that many tribes out there, as Jennifer alluded to, they struggle. They struggle just being a viable tribe, trying to achieve whatever it is they're trying to achieve for their tribe. My grandkids are members of such tribes. They are forever trying, I think, to fit in with, still trying to maintain a traditional sense of themselves, but yet trying to progress in the modern sense and address many of the social ills that are befalling them, like housing and addiction and poverty and low education. As this tribe has kind of come along for almost 50 years now, I again have to acknowledge the efforts of someone like Vern Claremont, who gave his life to this tribe. When you look at the short life that he lived, unfortunately, and that 44 years of that was spent working for us and our people, it's something to be noted. And I'm thinking right now, he's probably just, I can't believe they named this building after me. Because our life, I mean, it's quite an honor to have that. But he's the last person who would ever want to be singled out for recognition or honor. He was so humble and self-effacing, and I think probably a person like me was quite a challenge to him at times. And I guess for that, I'm personally the most grateful. For the 15 years I worked directly for him, it was a very great personal learning experience. And I'm just so grateful that he trusted me so much with all of the knowledge and information that he knew I would need. And there's hardly a day that goes by that I'm not saying to either my boss or to coworkers, I said, I wish he was here. I could ask him about that. I know he would remember, or he would know. After he left us last year, it's coming up to that year. And as we as tribal people know, when we memorialize, as we do at the powwow, before we can celebrate, we mark all of the names of those that we've lost. And so I was thankful the family came to be part of that. It's a very, it's hard to explain, but it's important for our people to be aware of how our tribal people have lost somebody, and to acknowledge that, and, to be, in our careful way of how we see those people now. And our family, our extended family, the McDonald family, we had a lot of loss in our family the last year. And you don't really see that until everything is named like it is. So I'm really thankful for that tradition being carried on, because it's important. The story about the naming, I'm told that it was the leadership's request that the building be named. And then Rick entrusted Jennifer to just go forward and do whatever is needed. And I visited with her and I said, well, we need a sign. And Mr. Corky Claremont devised a design. And then we set out to get all of this done, asked the family when would be a good time, and they believed that today was the day. And I was really thankful that they chose that day, or this day for that day. So with that, I don't know if anyone has anything else to say, but just really thankful to the leadership for acknowledging this honor. I think it's, when I see that sign, just to know that I know the person that is being honored. I know why. And that means a great deal to me. Lamb Lunch.
And we also have his picture up on the wall right here too.
Thank you, Ruthie. Carol was also wanting to share a letter.
And I wrote this letter for the service of Vern, and I wasn't sure if anybody heard it. I'm hoping the family heard it when I read it over there, but I wanted to read it again. It says, Dear Vern, I'm writing on behalf of the people of a grateful Flathead Nation, a grateful nation for all that you have done for CSKT and its members, and for future generations. Today, the CSKT tribal nation stands tall and proud because of you and the hard work on so many issues. You would be the first to say I didn't do it alone. It was a collaborative effort by so many, but usually it started with your initiative, your leadership, and your drive. being on the tribal council for 30 years, I know who the driving force was behind many of the successes. Even though you would never accept that claim, it was truly clear. Vern, I remember so many times when initiatives were brought forward to the tribal council, and most of the time they were so technical in nature that you would do your due diligence by studying and analyzing and preparing reports for the tribal council meeting so we could make an informed decision. Vern, your ability to articulate in layman's terms to help us make the right decision. I believe it was said you worked for 12 different chairpersons and 60 different council members. That's a feat in itself. Vern, over your tenure, you have tackled the big issues, like in 1992, CSKT being one of the first tribes in the nation to become both BIA and IHS self-governance under the Indian Self-Determination Act. The first steps in that demonstration project was to have a clean audit and clear policies and procedures. This project allowed CSKT to set up programs to meet the needs of our people at CSKT. That was you fighting for our people in the most need. Vern, you tackled along the way the biggest issues we face, like Cur recapture and setting up the mechanism to buy the dam back, what is now known as Salish Kasonka Kalispell Dam, SKQ. The CSKT Water Compact, 40 years in the making, was probably one of the most technical for me as a council member. The Bison Range, which we now own and operate, operations of Mission Valley Power under a 638 contract and union negotiations, CSKT Gaming Compact, Eagle Bank, which I appreciate you sitting on the board of directors. All of this came at a personal price to you and your family, but in a good way, according to Cindy, Shanna, Jason, Jeffrey, and Mandy. He was doing what he loved and made him happy, and that made us all happy. One of the girls mentioned Vern's day in a nutshell. He was always there an hour and a half before anyone else, every single day. Story that Shauna told. Vern, your true love was your family, and we appreciate them sharing you with us. So I just wanted to read that and say that I just was an honor to work with Vern, and I think Ruthie said it all. So thank you.
Thank you, Carol. With that, I'd invite the family to come forward and stand up in front of the council here as we invite Yamansu to honor Vern with an honor salt. With that, I guess I'll just say thank you, Vern, for your dedicated work to our tribe for 44 years. And we're on break for a few minutes and we'll have a couple reports from some of our executive. There might be more food, Tom. There might be some bacon out there yet. Yeah, if you wanna go, Carol, you can go. Definitely. We just got some short reports. That's all we got left. How you doing, Mr. Hall? Good to see you. I'm good, I think. How have you been? Looking good, man. All right. Cool. Cool.
Hello. Ho, ho.
Go ahead, Jordan. Let's get going.
All right, can you guys hear me there in the back? All right, we're ready to go? All right, well, Chesquax, Kasuk, it's good to see everybody. I know we've got a lighter crowd now after that wonderful celebration for the sign and the naming of the building and the honoring of Vern, so that was great. I'm up here to give my name's Jordan Thompson. I'm the acting executive officer for the tribes here, and I wanted to give an update for Public Law 280. This has been a big issue for the tribes for about the past year or so, and I know we've done quite a few updates at district meetings and the elders meetings, and so I'm not going to spend too much time, but happy to take any questions after the end here. So as we, I think all know now, Public Law 280 was a termination era law. It was passed in the 1950s during the time the federal government was terminating its special relationship with a lot of tribes around the country, and during a time when the United States really wasn't sure that tribes would continue to exist in the future. And so there are 5 mandatory states where the federal government took its criminal jurisdiction and delegated that power to states. After the 5 mandatory states, there were optional states. Montana was an optional state, and CSKT was the only tribe in Montana to opt in to Public Law 280 in the early 1960s. The reason it did this was because crime was kind of out of control at that point in time. There were unsolved murders. Our forests were getting ransacked, and we had about enough. We just only had enough employees to probably fill a small table, around a dozen employees or so. So we didn't have the capacity to really deal with that. The tribes at that point in time thought it would be a good idea to have the state come and help us with our criminal jurisdiction. So we opted into Public Law 280. The county, Lake County in particular, supported that. The state supported that, and so we entered into Public Law 280 in the 1960s. Shortly thereafter, I think the tribes were wondering if that was a good idea or not, and it took us about 30 years. When you opt into Public Law 280, the way to get out is through subsequent state legislation. And so in 1991, the tribes had a full court press to try to completely retrocede. When I say retrocede, retrocession is the process of taking away the state authority and giving it back to the federal government. So when you say we're retroceding, it's taking away the state jurisdiction and putting it back to the federal jurisdiction. And so that's how every other tribe in Montana works. We were unsuccessful in 1991. In 1993, the tribes were able to get criminal misdemeanor jurisdiction back. So since 1993 or 1994, we've been prosecuting all of the misdemeanors on our reservation. Since that time, we've set up a pretty robust criminal justice system. We have a tribal court, police, prosecutors, defenders, probation. So we've done a lot since 1993. Since that time, Lake County had some issues with its jail. It got sued on its jail and needs to upgrade that for some inhumane conditions. They've been unable to do that. Another thing that happened was in 2015, as we heard this morning, the tribes took the dam back, and with the dam, the counties didn't receive some revenues that they had been receiving. And so in 2016, Lake County passed a resolution of intent to withdraw from Public Law 280. They used that as leverage in the 2017 legislative session to try to go ask for funding from the state to cover costs for incarcerating Indians. They were unsuccessful in that, but what the tribes were able to do is take sort of the same arguments that Lake County was using and get our ability to retrocede in 2017 as a law that was passed. So as of 2017, the tribes now have the ability to retrocede should we want to. The process of retrocession is you got to petition the Secretary of the Interior, and only then, when the Secretary of the Interior gets all the parties together and comes up with a plan forward, is anyone able to retrocede. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. In 2021, the Lake County again tried going to the state legislature to get funding to enforce Public Law 280 and to also provide a mechanism for it to withdraw consent from Public Law 280. It was successful in getting those laws passed, and the legislature allocated $1 for Lake County. So in 2023, Lake County tried again, going to the state legislature, asking for funding. This time it was successful in receiving about $4 million that the governor then vetoed. Simultaneously, Lake County had started litigation against the state, saying it wanted its Public Law 280 costs reimbursed by the state. It was unsuccessful in that litigation. So after being not successful at the legislature, after being not successful through its litigation, Lake County at the end of 2023 again passed its resolution to withdraw consent from enforcing Public Law 280. It sent that letter to the governor. The governor had about till May 20th to issue a proclamation saying it accepted Lake County withdrawing its consent from enforcing Public Law 280. And as we all probably know, the governor said that Lake County's petition was insufficient. They forgot to turn in a form, and so they weren't able to withdraw consent from Public Law 280. Lake County now maintains that it did withdraw its consent, and it's trying to send a bill to the state for all of the Public Law 280 costs it's incurring. And so they've continued to have conversations with the governor. They came to meet with tribal council to see if there's any path forward to take something into the 2025 legislative session for funding. And as of now, there's been no consensus for path forward between the tribes and Lake County. But what I do want to mention to you all is over the past year and even before that, the tribes have made incredible efforts to really upgrade our criminal justice system here. We have prosecuted about 100 felonies over the past year, which is pretty incredible. And we've also stood up a healing court, which is having really good success as well. We also have our sort of three big pieces really collaborating to continue to try to think of solutions going into the future for a CSKT criminal justice system that really looks like what CSKT wants it to look like. So we have our tribal courts. We have our Dan Decker's the department or managing attorney for the legal department, so he oversees the prosecutors and probation. And then we have Patty Hibbler, who oversees our tribal police officers, our tribal defenders, and then tribal health, which includes a lot of our mental health sort of and addictions treatments, as well as Joe Durglow back there for tribal health. So legal department's been really involved in trying to help us try to set up a system going forward that could include a tribal criminal justice center. That would be really helpful. Our finance team has been really helpful in trying to figure out where these resources are. I mean, this all does cost money, and so where is that funding going to come from? So anyway, there was a point in time when we thought we might have to just step up and do it. I think we were ready, but luckily we have a bit more time to think about what we want it to look like, a little bit more time to put all the pieces together. So overall, I'd say we're in good shape. We have a lot of strategizing to do, but I'd say things are looking good and bright for the future of CSKT's criminal justice system. We just got to keep our heads down and keep working hard and keep strategizing. So I don't want to take up too much time. I know we got SAPKNY to go to, but I will be happy to answer any questions about Public Law 280.
That's what Public Law 280 is. It's Tribal Ordinance 40-A and 40-A revised, and the Act of February 27th, 1963, Laws of Montana, 1963, Chapter 81. And that's where, first off, you're supposed to, after the sponsor of the bill, Gene Turnage, found out, and how I found out was the quarterly meeting of 93, Pat Lefthand had stated that back in the 60s when they were talking about concurrent jurisdiction, the membership didn't want it. But so when Gene Turnage heard that, there went the referendum vote that Walter McDonald said was going to take place before this became law. Well, when the Turnage found out that the membership did not want Public Law 280, that's when they went around the referendum and passed 40-A and sent it to the governor. And 6 months later, we're in it and we can't get out. And when you look at the law, the laws of Montana, the session laws under Chapter 81, under Section 2, that's where they had written in there that when the governor receives a resolution, and a resolution is a temporary, and an ordinance is for permanent. That's in our Constitution. So at the bottom of that, and it says like when he receives that, then 60 days later, he has to sign a proclamation to the effect that they will make it law. Well, in 1964, Governor Tim Babcock signed a proclamation on June 30th, 1964, but the Secretary of State at that time, Frank Murray, didn't affix the seal of the state of Montana to the document. Without that seal, it's just a draft, it's not law. And I went through the college over here, the Mansfield Library, and the State Law Library, and then to the Montana Historical Society, looking for a copy of the proclamation of June 30th, 1964, with the seal affixed to it. And they couldn't find one, so the lady sent me a letter stating that. She had looked in all these places where it should be, like when I got to the State Law Library and I explained to them what I was looking for, they went back there, and then like about 5 minutes later, they said, come back here. What you're looking for should be right here, but it's not. I have no explanation why it's not here. And so they sent me to the Historical Society, and then Jody Foley took my number, and then she called me later on and said that she couldn't find one. I asked her to write me a letter stating that she did, and she said she found the 65. Well, in 65, when they passed 40-A revised, the very last line of that says that it repeals any and all like 40-A. That it said specifically 40-A in its entirety, as it has no weight no more. Just 40-A revised.
Sonny, do you have questions for Jordan? Because you will have an opportunity to complete your talk under the open floor of membership. But
Yeah, well,
you have questions?
Yeah, like I'm
you-
saying, is like when he's talking about, because I wasn't here at the beginning, because I've been directed before you were up there to talk to Jordan, and I've talked to Jordan before about this, and then the last time I talked to him, he said, "Well, I'm not a part of that no more." When I talked to you that last time, he said, "I'm not a part of that no more, and I don't know anything about this." And now you're standing here talking to these people. And what I'm just trying to get is like, a lot of people don't understand that it is 40-A and 40-A revised is the tribe's part. The
Understand.
The state's part, yeah, well, when they're saying that they can't figure out nothing, well, in our Constitution, we can, by referendum vote, repeal 40-A revised ourselves, the membership. because they have violated the terms of the ordinance, the state and the tribal council both. And under subsection 2E, that says if either party does not comply, well, then it dissolves the ordinance itself.
Sonny,
And I have documentation about all of the things that they violated.
Sonny, if you have questions for Jordan, please ask those questions of Jordan. We have 2 other presentations to get to, and then there will be open floor.
So what is Public Law 280 to you? Is it like the Act of February 27th, 63 and 40-A revised?
We'll save that for a question.
Well, Sonny, my understanding is that the legal department believes that we are validly under Public Law 280. I was in the legal department and I worked on that same question. I think the Montana Supreme Court weighed in and thought that Montana is a party to Public Law 280. So I always appreciate your research and your thoughts. And so if you want to come up with a timeline and kind of sketch that out on a whiteboard, I invite you to come over to my office and we can invite someone from the legal department and me, and we can go through that and kind of check things out, because I know you do your research. So, but at least from where I'm sitting, I believe that we're validly under Public Law 280, as does the legal department, is my understanding. Right now, there's a few kind of moving pieces going on. And so one of them is the governor said that Lake County needs to come up with a transition plan with local stakeholders, which would be CSKT. Otherwise, the governor's going to petition the Secretary of the Interior to retrocede from Public Law 280. So that's one thing that's out there. I think Lake County wants to go ask the legislature for more funding again. Otherwise, it wants out of Public Law 280. And right now, I think the council and the Salish Kootenai tribes have to figure out what we want our future to look like, because it's really a backstop. Like whether we stay under Public Law 280 and we have the counties providing felony jurisdiction, that's like the backstop. If we take them out of the equation and put the federal government back in, they're the backstop. The hope is with the laws we can adopt, like the Tribal Law and Order Act, it's a federal law. Currently, under the Indian Civil Rights Act, they have all these federal acts that uses Congress's plenary power to really limit what tribes can do. So we're limited to 1 year of incarceration and up to a $5,000 fine in our tribal jail. We can pass a Tribal Law and Order Act and increase that incarceration time to 3 years, and we can stack that up to 3 times. So there's a possibility we could have somebody in our own tribal jail for up to 9 years. And then we're only asking the backstop to deal with tribal members or members of other federally recognized tribes to incarcerate for anything over the 9 years. So if you're talking about incarcerating for over 9 years, that's probably a pretty major crime. And so we're just trying to upgrade our own capacity. And then really, whether it's the state, whether it's the federal government, they're just really serving as a backstop. And so it's going to take a while for us to get there. But whether it's Public Law 280, whether it's retrocession, I think our goal is to do as much as we can here with our own police, our own jail, our own services. I think that's probably a conversation, like I said, we can have. We'll invite a lawyer down and we can sketch all the timelines out on the whiteboard and go from there. But right now I'm I'm working off the assumption that we are legally into Public Law 280. And I think regardless of whatever happens, if anyone wants to withdraw from Public Law 280, the Secretary of the Interior is going to have to get involved and make that proclamation. And that's going to be I mean, even if we weren't, and I'm not saying we are, but even if we weren't, it's not like the Secretary of the Interior is going to shut that off tomorrow. There's got to be a drawn out process that's planned and figured out how we're going to transfer that power from one place to the others. Well, tribal law would only deal with incarceration for up to 1 year right now, and everything beyond that, concurrent jurisdiction right now is with the state through the counties and then the federal government. So,
Hold on, just a minute. Jennifer
I
has
said
a
we have
remark, and then, go ahead.
We have a sign-up sheet here for Sonny if he wants to sign up for when it's the questions portion, because it's not recording of what he's saying. This is just a presentation portion.
Right.
So he can sign up for when you're ready for tribal members to speak.
And Lawrence has a remark in the back. If you could come to a microphone. Lawrence? Yeah.
all right. Well, I think that'll be an ongoing discussion we can continue to have. Any other questions about Public Law 280 for today?
Thank you, Jordan.
All right. So with that, it's
Patricia and Joe.
Patty and Joe, I think.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members, members of the community. I just wanted to take the opportunity to announce a couple of new programs at the Tribal Health Department. Beginning July 1, Tribal Health will begin to pay for one set of glasses and an exam each year for No, one set of glasses each year for tribal members who are eligible for tribal health paid care. We will also be paying for any devices related to hearing audiology. Prior to, there used to be a fee that we would charge the tribal members, and we collect that before we'd order glasses. So going forward, we are going to cover that cost for eyeglasses for each tribal health paid care eligible member. And for the hearing aids, and we will continue to provide batteries and other devices related to the audiology program. We are also putting together some language and policies to support the dental program. So going forward, we will also cover the cost that members were charged for the lab fees for the crowns and et cetera. So those costs are going to be provided for by the tribal health department going forward. I'm trying to think of what else. We are asking the membership to use our programs, our optometrist and our audiologist to get those exams completed. But we have some contract vendors out in the community where you can go and get the glasses, or you can select your glasses and eyewear at our optical program. The benefit of our optical program is those eyeglasses and contact lenses are provided at cost, so there's no margin if you pick them up at our program. And if there's some complicated medical conditions around your eyes or audiology, we will maintain those relationships you have with existing eye optometrist or audiologist if you have some complications around your eyes or hearing. I made that as confusing as I could, so I hope that was helpful. So really, we are going to pay for eyeglasses. We will no longer ask the membership to pay for the eyeglasses or contact lenses, but we are asking you to get your exams at Tribal Health Department. This is for the Tribal Health paid care eligible population. Vernon. I can't remember what that was called on the jerk.
Other questions for Joe?
Oh, good question, Sunny. So the initial benefit we've established at $425. So if it's under the $425 threshold, we will cover whatever costs are associated with those eyewear. Sure, the additional add-ons to those glasses. So we've set the threshold. Yep, we've set the threshold at $425 this initial year to see where that kind of lands us. Anybody eligible for tribal health paid care is eligible for that benefit. So it won't be. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, if you can select a pair of frames and lenses and whatever, tints or photo gray under the $425 threshold, then yes, we pay for those. If it exceeds the $425 threshold, then you'll have some cost associated with it. Sure. So $425 threshold, anything above that will be your cost. If you can get those additional add-ons under that 420, then we'll cover that cost. Okay.
Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify, Joe, you said that this is in effect today
July 1 was the effective date of that particular
for
policy. Yep.
the eyeglasses, contacts, hearing aid, and dental.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Len.
How did you come up with the amount of 425?
So, we reviewed some selections in our optical program for a period of time. And because we provide that, hardware at cost, we thought that was a good initial threshold to see how it impacts our budgets and, yeah, and if it gets people to the eyewear that they were hoping to get at the 425 threshold.
Thank you, Joe.
Yep.
Up next is Lisa to tell us a little about where the broadband project is.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Shores and I'm the Director of Administration. I'm just going to give you a brief update on the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program. Basically, the tribe, not quite 2 years ago, received just over $41 million, sorry, for a broadband connectivity program, which would do, they call it the backhaul, or it's basically not direct into home, but it's basically the spine of your fiber network. So we received the award to start in Missoula, have connectivity of fiber that would run all the way to Kalispell, and it would be mostly on the west side of the reservation. The reason it's mostly on the west side is because there's already connectivity on the east side of the reservation, and we can't have redundancy with the grant. So the places that we're serving are the underserved or unserved communities that this will run through. It's roughly about 270 miles of fiber that will be from Missoula through Highway 200, past Hot Springs, over through Elmo, up into Kalispell. And we have a tower, about a 150-foot tower that will be constructed out at Kicking Horse. Using 4 towers that were already built with the CARES Act, we'll be able to have some wireless connectivity also through this grant to go into households. And we'll have, there's 51 target locations for this grant. Those are your anchor institutions, which are your early childhood services, your tribal health, some of the tribal entities such as SNK Technologies, electronics, Blue Bay, and then also some of the tribal housing communities through the Housing Authority will have connectivity. Through this grant, we've made it through the awarding process. We had processed a modification to do an environmental assessment to make sure that there were no impacts to cultural sites. And so we had the approval through the funding agency to move forward with the project. The grant was initially slated to end in August of this year. So knowing that we're needing more time, we had submitted a request for a 2-year extension to complete the project. We have also asked for approval to satisfy the special award conditions in order for us to move forward. We received word from the funding agency that they are more than happy to do that for us. We just haven't received the official documentations yet. So we anticipate we will start moving forward with that. What will entail in the next phases is we will hire a project manager that is certified with fiber networks, and they will oversee the project for the tribe. They will do the permitting and work on the right-of-way permissions for the entire project. They will work with the contractors to make sure that we have the final engineering completed, and then also through the construction, and basically hand it back to the tribe turnkey so that's ready for implementation. That is anticipated. With knowing we're going to get the extension approval, we have already solicited bids for the project manager, and that has closed, and we're basically just waiting for the federal government to say, yep, you're ready to go, so we can make a selection and move forward with the project. So in a nutshell, that's where we are, if there are any questions. Most likely not through the project management process. It depends if we selected. We had one proposal that did say we would bring on 2 people. They didn't say if they would be tribal or not, but they would be willing to work with the tribes to bring on 2 people to help manage the project. And we also, our plan through the project with the project manager is to make sure that we have during the construction project, people that can come on board, and be trained. I had an interesting conversation with the chairman just this week about possibly bringing some fiber boot camp to bring some interest into the fiber field. And so I'm going to be reaching out to different programs for that. They also have a kind of like an apprenticeship program where you can get certified through one of the universities over east. And so I'm going to try to touch base with SKC and see if maybe there's a way to bring that here so that we can get some people trained and certified. But we do through the construction, that's going to be one of the asks that we're going to have in our RFP is to hire some of our tribal people to work on the project with them and train them. The grant itself is required to have 5 employees, tribal employees at the end, so we should be able to accomplish that through this process.
Other questions for Lisa?
That's all I have for you.
Thank you, Lisa. And you got a list, Jennifer?
I have one name signed up, and that's Dan James.
Welcome, Dan.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for being here today. I come to you as a concerned member, tribal member today for the issue that has, I feel like it's been a disgrace to our tribe, to our people. As a tribal member, I'm pretty upset of the situation where the Branson fellow admitted to killing the eagles on our reservation and selling them in the black market. I was just wondering if we would be able to practice our sovereign rights and hold this gentleman accountable as tribal member, as a tribal membership, as council, in other than just letting the federal government deal with it. I feel like that we as a tribe should probably speak on this issue and bring it to light and come up with some consequences for his actions and hold him accountable as a tribal member. And as for what he's done it's to me, it's probably the biggest disrespectful, disgraceful thing that you could ever do as a tribal member. It just doesn't sit with me very well. So I would just like to bring that to light to you guys and hope that you guys could discuss this and come up with something. Or, I don't know, it just doesn't sit well with me to have him be able to walk freely. I don't think the sentence he got from the federal government is very, very much time at all for what he has done. Over 300 birds they counted. It's just, and the other gentleman is still at large. He doesn't want to face his consequences and be accountable for his actions. So, I mean, that's all I have for today. And thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Sonny,
Sunny Loza.
come on up, Sonny.
I'd just kind of like to comment on what Dan had just said. And I haven't had a chance to address the Kootenai Culture Committee or the Sailors Culture Committee on banishment because I've heard about it, but I haven't had time to research it. And to me, that this would seem like something that would fit the criteria of banishment of what he's talking about, what that Branson and I think it's a Paul that they have done. And so I don't believe that we're like a throwaway tribe, with our members. So that's why I'm like I said, I'm still in the process of trying to make time with this and every other thing else that I've gotten to get on to consult with the culture committees on the subject of banishment because I haven't been able to find any written documentation of the oral history of like some of our actual tribal law is what I was trying to get at, was not the tribal codified laws that we have, because those are just like MCAs that we've adopted. I'm talking about tribal law prior to like the Hellgate Treaty and stuff like that. What did the tribes do in those times? That's what I was trying to find out about, was real actual tribal law that had nothing to do with the Suyapi's versions, the federal government's versions, our own tribal laws that we had amongst our own tribes, because whatever it was, it seems to me worked, because through my research, I haven't found one prison that any tribe has ever made for their tribal members for any offenses that they've done. Not one prison has any tribe ever made. And for 15,000 years, whatever the tribe was doing seemed to work without incarceration of the prison system in our way of life. So I hear like about the public law 280 deal, like we're gonna have to build more prisons and stuff. No, I believe that what's going on with that is that we can establish laws, and the federal government, just like the other tribes within the state of Montana that are under federal law, they go to the federal court system if it's something more than a misdemeanor, like what you can do across the street here. They put them into the federal court system, and they have federal prisons for them. And they have their guidelines, and it comes under the Major Crimes Act and such like that. And as for the non-members that create a problem here, and instead of putting them into the jail over here, which we don't have very much room for, is like give them floaters off the reservation and incorporate a law that says that if you come back within a year, you get a floater for a year, stay away for a year. That's like 2 6-month misdemeanor sentences. And if you're back within that year and you're caught, well, then you'll elevate it to the federal court system and let them deal with them coming back onto the reservation and causing more trouble or whatever. But if they stay away for their year and then they, come back and don't cause trouble, then, then they can come back. But there's no reason to incarcerate these people, regardless of what they've done. They should just be given a floater off the reservation for like a year, no fines or nothing, just leave our land. And then deal with with our locals in a different way. Like maybe have them attend culture committee meetings, learn some language. You know, part of your punishment is you learn to speak the language. Community service of such things, you know, because incarceration isn't the answer. And, you know, everybody's talking about fentanyl and everything else. Well, Nixon declared the war on drugs way back in 72, 73. And how's that going? That's, you know, it's constantly going. They're always, you see where they've made a big bust of so much. It's not getting deterred any. As a matter of fact, it's getting to be where they're pretty sly at stuff like digging tunnels underneath the border coming up, you know, and in other places on the United States side and then shipping it out there, whatever. But I think that with the people with the drug problems we need to have more facilities to address that as opposed to incarcerating them, because I know there's been some that have been incarcerated like in the prisons or whatever, and they've came out and they've reoffended. You know, their addiction is something that they deal with on a 24-hour basis, second to second. And how do we bring them back to where they feel inclusive and not as outsiders or somebody different because they have these problems? And that's how I feel about that. And as I was stating earlier, under our tribal constitution, under Article 9 referendum, that's why I have my petitions against to repeal 40-A revised in its entirety, for the reasons that's stipulated in 40-A revised under subsection 2E, where if you did not comply with the ordinance or the act of February 27th, 1963, laws of Montana, 1963, chapter 81. And it's that is the mechanism for the act of August 15th, 1953, which is Public Law 280. And that's under section 7, where the state had to create a mechanism. And then that's what they came up with, was House Bill 55, which became the act of February 27th, 1963, laws of Montana, 1963, chapter 81. And under that is like the state, like I said, in the McDonald case, the state admits that although the governor did not sign the proclamation within the 60 days, that's October 8th is 157 days, they are saying that the previous proclamation was still in effect. But it's not, because like I said, if you look under 40-A revised, the very last sentence specifically repeals 40-A in its entirety. And furthermore, that the proclamation that Governor Babcock signed does not have the seal affixed to it. Because when I was looking at the McDonald case, Frank Murray has these 3 attestments that he says that the governor signed those. Yeah, I can see that he signed them, but what he's also showing is that where the seal is supposed to be affixed on the proclamations, they're just handwritten seal, like that's where the seal goes. And that was the part that led me to my search over here at the SK College and then the Mansfield and the State Law Library, is because I have the proclamations for 1965, October 8th, 65. It has the seal of the state of Montana affixed to it. I have the one for 1967, which is a day late, and the court ruled on that one too. But I could never find one that had the seal affixed to it for 64. And according to the Secretary of the State about it, and that's what they say, is that it's only becomes law when the seal is affixed to it. Well, the seal was never affixed to the June 30th, 1964 one. So when they were trying tribal members through 1964 and then in 65, they were doing it illegally because they did not have the seal affixed to the proclamation. That would be the equivalent of you trying to sign over your title to your vehicle to somebody else without the notary signature. It can't be done because you need that stamp on there. And that's what makes it legal law, is when the state of Montana, Secretary of the State, affixes this great seal of the state of Montana to the document. That's what makes it legal. And that's what he did with the 3 attestments that he has in the McDonald case. He has his seal affixed to it, and he states that I affixed the seal here of the state of Montana to this. And some people are like, well, that makes no difference, whatever. It does, or else why would they have it? And the reason that they couldn't have it on the 64, and I don't know why Frank Murray didn't do it, is because at the end of 64, he has to turn in that stamp, and then that stamp's destroyed. So it's like he can't go back and affix a seal that no longer exists to a document that needed it to be affixed to it. See, because it's just like with the notaries, it's like when the time's up, then those seals are destroyed, and they're issued a new one for like the 65, 66, 67. They're issued a new stamp, and you can't go back and get a 1964 stamp and put it on a document that needed it done in 64. So, like I said, when you read the ordinance, and the ordinance, is pretty specific, and when it talks under subsection 2A, that whatever court that your case is initiated in, it has to be completed in that one, and the other two jurisdictions can't re-examine it, because that's what they were trying to do with my son Travis's case in district court when he was processed through the tribal court. See, and that's what it means, is like if you're in there and your case is initiated in the tribal court, the state nor the federal government can re-examine your case. So that's a problem with this Public Law 282 deal, is because as tribal members, and this everybody's supposed to be innocent till proven guilty, should be taken to the tribal jail, because you have cops out there that are on the scene making decisions that only a judge can make. They can presume that this is going to be a felony, but what their job is to do is just to determine if you're a tribal member or not. When they call it exigent circumstances, that's like if there's a bar breakout or a house party somewhere, then all the local police converge on the scene and regain order. And then that's when you determine, are you a tribal member or a non-member? And the tribal members go with the tribal authorities, and the non-members go with the state authorities to like Polson and stuff. And then the tribal members should be put in front of a tribal judge who decides whether it would be a felony or not. Because what a lot of people don't realize is with the illegal 1993 passage of Senate Bill 368, that in the memorandum of an understanding that felonies can be handled by this tribe. But they did not, Lake County did not comply with this, and that's what I brought up with Charmel when she was here. When I talked to her, I said, how can Lake County be involved with anything when they didn't agree with the 1993? Well, what they didn't agree with was the proclamation that Governor Roscoe signed in '94, because on the front, and it's in our codified law book, that memorandum, you look on the very front page, it says an agreement between Flathead County, Missoula County, and Sanders County. Lake County's not on there. And I went up to the Lake County commissioners and I questioned them about this, because when you go back to the notification part, it has the tribes and then it gets down to Lake County, and in parentheses it says courtesy copy. And Mr. Stipe, who recently deceased, explained to me that that was cross deputization and they didn't want nothing to do with it. So that is another infringement on the ordinance of where they did not comply, because they wanted no part of that memorandum of understanding. And that's what I was trying to get out of Charmel, was how can Lake County be conducting any legal law enforcement on our tribal members when they refused to sign the memorandum of understanding in '94. And they're not even on the front of the agreement, like I said. And then it has the towns of Hot Springs and Mission and whatever. They're all on there. Everybody's on there but Lake County. And they're running around arresting people, tribal members and other Indians. And they're not a part of the agreement. And these are the things that I never created, but I have noticed through my research and reading. And when I was saying the special election 25 U.S. Code 1326, it's actually Public Law 90-284, Title 4 at 406, that was passed on April 11th, 1968, 82 Stat 80. State jurisdiction acquired pursuant to this subchapter with respect to criminal offenses or civil causes of action, or respect to both, shall be applicable in Indian country only where the enrolled Indians within the affected area of such Indian country accept such jurisdiction by a majority vote of the adult Indians voting at a special election held for that purpose. The Secretary of the Interior shall call for a special election under such rules and regulations as he may prescribe, when requested to do so by the tribal council or other governing body, or by 20% of such enrolled adults. So when the tribal council went forward in 91 and 93 with trying to retrocede, you needed to have a vote from the membership. That's what this means here, is that it's the membership, not the council, that agrees to be under this. Just like how we got under the IRA, and that was 25 U.S. Code 5123, Organization of Indian Tribes, Constitution and Bylaws, and amendments thereof, special election. A, the adoption effective date. Any Indian tribe shall have the right to organize for its common welfare and may adopt an appropriate constitution and bylaws, and any amendments thereto, which shall become effective when? 1, ratified by a majority vote of the adult members of the tribe or tribes at a special election authorized and called by the Secretary under such rules and regulations as the Secretary may prescribe. And two, approved by the Secretary pursuant to subsection D of this section. Revocation. Any constitution or bylaws ratified and approved by the Secretary shall be revocable by an election to the same voters and conducted in the same manner as provided in subsection A of this section for the adoption of a constitution and bylaws. So our constitution can be revoked the same way that it was brought in by a referendum vote. A, within 180 days after the receipt of a tribal request for an election to ratify a proposed constitution and bylaws or to revoke such constitution and bylaws, or B, within 90 days after receipt of the tribal request for election to ratify an amendment to the constitution and bylaws. During the same period established by paragraph 1, the Secretary shall A, provide such technical advice and assistance as may be requested by the tribe or the Secretary determines may be needed. B, review the final draft of the Constitution and bylaws or amendments thereto to determine if any provision therein is contrary to applicable laws. 3, after the review provided in paragraph 2 and at the end of 30 days prior to calling of the election, the Secretary shall notify the tribe in writing whether and in that manner the Secretary has found the proposed constitution and bylaws or amendments thereto to be contrary to applicable laws. D, approval or disapproval by Secretary enforcement. 1, if an election called under subsection A of this section results in the adoption by the tribe of the proposed constitution and bylaws or amendments thereto, the Secretary shall approve the constitution and bylaws or amendments thereto within 40 days after the election, unless the Secretary finds that the proposed constitution and bylaws or any amendments are contrary to applicable laws. 2, if the Secretary does not approve or disapprove the constitution and bylaws or amendments within 45 days, the Secretary's approval shall be considered as given. Actions to enforce the provisions of this section may be brought in the appropriate federal district court council to prevent the sale, disposition, lease, or encumbrance of tribal lands, interests in lands, and other tribal assets without the consent of the tribe, and to negotiate with the federal, state, and local governments. The Secretary shall advise such tribe or its tribal council of the appropriation estimates of the federal projects for the benefit of the tribe prior to the submission of such estimates to the Office of Management and Budget in Congress. F, privileges and immunities of Indian tribes, prohibition on new regulations. Departments or agencies of the United States shall not promulgate any regulation or make any decision or determination pursuant to the Act of June 18th, 1934, 25 U.S.C. 461, 48 Stat 984, as amended, or any other act of Congress with respect to a federally recognized Indian tribe that classifies, enhances, or diminishes the privilege and immunities available to the Indian tribe relative to other federally recognized tribes by virtue of their status as Indian tribes. G, privileges and immunities of Indian tribes, existing regulations. Any regulation or administrative decision or determination of a department or agency of the United States that is in existence or effect on May 31st, 1994, and that classifies, enhances, or diminishes privileges and immunities available to a federally recognized Indian tribe relative to the privileges and immunities available to other federally recognized tribes by the virtue of their statute as Indian tribes shall have no force or effect. H, tribal sovereignty. Notwithstanding any other provision of this act, 1, each Indian tribe shall retain inherent sovereign power to adopt governing documents under procedures other than those specified in this section. And 2, nothing in this act invalidates any constitution or other governing document adopted by the Indian tribe after June 18th, 1934, in accordance with the authority described in paragraph 1. So the Indian Reorganization Act, the Wheeler-Howard Act of June 18th, 1934, Section 16 is where we get our Constitution from. Section 17 is where we get our corporate charter from. Section 19 describes who is eligible to vote, and that is the Indians that are 21 years of age and residing on the reservation. And that supersedes the 25 CFRs Indians where they are saying that if a secretarial election is called, that the off-reservation Indians and stuff can vote. Well, they can't, because in 1936, there's a Policies and Procedures Act, and under Section 5 of that, it states that our Constitution and our corporate charter supersedes all the interiors manuals. That would include 25 CFRs. Is like our Constitution and corporate charter is the equivalent of the Hellgate Treaty. It's the law of the land, and the Montana Constitution of 1889 states that the treaties are the law of the land. They did not change their constitution. Montana did not change their constitution until 1972. And again, when they're trying to say that this is a consent bill, that means that the tribal membership is the ones who gives consent to be under Public Law 280, not the council. And the reason it's called a termination bill is because that's what they needed, was consent from the tribe as a tribe to be terminated. And that's when Eisenhower questioned about that not being in his bill. And then they say that 15 years later, it came in, and that's what I just read to you about the special elections. And that came in with the Indian Civil Rights Act too. But again, it's the membership, because you look at the tribal chart, membership is on the top. The tribal council is below. But it doesn't seem to be, that's the way you guys are acting. You act as if the tribal council's on the top and the membership's below. And like I said, with my petitions, that's under Article 9 of our Constitution, referendum. And I brought this up at the legislature last year. And and when I was telling you about the at-large seats and Tribal Resolution 93-122, a resolution to authorize the filing of litigation to enforce the fundamental voting rights of the Indian people of the Flathead Reservation and to provide for the transfer of tribal banking functions to banking establishments in counties other than Lake County and for other purposes. Because that was a direct result as of 91 when the tribe tried to retrocede. And you could see at the bottom of Evero Hill when you came this way, like if the tribe retroceded, it was going to be total chaos and like raping and pillaging, and the Indians were just going to go crazy and just take it all out on the white people and stuff like that. It was like all citizens equal and other groups like that. And in here, they're talking about like not only that, but when I'm talking about the at-large seats, the tribal legal department is directed to evaluate and report back to the tribal council within 60 days on whether the at-large voting scheme for electing school trustees in Arley, St. Ignatius, and the Ronan areas, and the at-large voting scheme for Lake County commissioners. Violate Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act, including recommendations on whether litigation should be filed to enforce such voting rights. The Tribal Legal Department is directed to evaluate Lake County's implementation of Public Law 280, and if it finds situations where Lake County's implementation does not comport with federal law, to recommend the Tribal Council appropriate judicial relief. The Tribal Council will continue to reevaluate its relationships with Lake County government and take appropriate measures and circumstances that warrant up. But with the first part, when they're talking about removing the monies, our tribal monies from Lake County banks and stuff, and that's in retaliation of all the negative conflict they were talking about the tribes, such as they're doing now with like the dam and other things, like they're writing to the president and such things like that. It says, whereas according to the most comprehensive economic analysis ever completed in the influence of the tribal economy on the Flathead Reservation, just released, the Salish Kootenai tribes are one of the largest economic forces in western Montana and the largest economic force in the Flathead Reservation. For example, the report finds A, total spending on tribal-related programs and activities came to almost $90 million in 1991. B, in 1987, economic census indicated the total volume of sale in the retail trade and services in Lake County was about $114 million in 1991 dollars. Total tribal related expenditures are equivalent of almost 80% of this dollar volume. C, payments to individuals made by tribal related organizations total about $35 million in 1991. These payments are larger than all of the income earned in agriculture, forestry, mining, and manufacturing combined in Lake County. This tribal income to individuals is equivalent to almost 40% of the $94 million paid in wages and salaries throughout the Lake County economy in 1990. D, tribal land is one of the most dominant sources of timber for the forest products industry in western Montana. E, the tribe employs over 1,200 people on the Flathead Reservation, whereas the tribes presented a very reasonable, scaled-back proposal for phased-in withdrawal from Public Law 280 jurisdiction, which was supported by Governor Mark Roscoe, Attorney General Joe Masaryk, and the Senate Judiciary Committee unanimously, the Montana Senate 40-8, and Missoula County. Whereas this bill was defeated yesterday on the basis of partisan politics, every Republican voting against, every Democrat voting in favor by the House Judiciary Committee. And whereas this reasonable bill was defeated by the personal biases of a few individuals, and particularly the Lake County Commissioners, the Lake County Sheriff, Representative John Mercer, and the membership of the Lake County-based fringe group known as All Citizens Equal. And you'll know that John Mercer just got to be a judge up there that our people are going to have to be in front of. So how's that going to work out for them? Whereas contrary to Lake County's assertions, the tribes have made sincere efforts to cooperate with Lake County in the past on this and other issues, but continue to experience a hostile response from Lake County to any effort to move forward with tribal self-determination efforts. And whereas the Tribal Council is well aware that there are many businesses and individuals, the majority on the reservation, who are very supportive of the tribes and which we desire to continue our good relationship. And whereas there comes a time when the extreme views of a few elected officials override the views of the many, and this is one of these times. And whereas it is time that Lake County elected leaders understand they cannot have it both ways. They cannot reap all of the economic benefits of the tribal economy, yet continue to espouse the policy of the termination era of the 1950s. That's Public Law 280. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tribal Council hereby takes the following actions. 1, the Tribal Treasurer is directed to immediately proceed with developing a plan to transfer tribal banking arrangements from Lake County banking establishments to banking establishments in Missoula County or other counties. This transfer of banking practices shall remain in effect until such time as the tribes are authorized to their satisfaction to withdraw their consent to Public Law 280 jurisdiction. No future easements or rights of ways shall be granted by the tribes to Lake County until such time as the tribes are authorized to their satisfaction to withdraw their consent of Public Law 280 jurisdiction. And in the minutes of April 2nd, 1993, after Pat Left Hand spoke, and then Hank Baylor spoke, and they were talking about the number of Indians, the percentage of the Indians that were in Deer Lodge, like 80% of them came from here, and that this is not working. And Hank Baylor said that with the partial retrocession, they gave up a lot, and they wanted full retrocession. And when you look at the law and you look at the ordinance and the violations that the state did not comply with, that is why I say under subsection 2E, it dissolves the ordinance 40-A revised in its entirety if they do not comply, the tribe or the state. And that's been done several times. Like they've taken cases out of here and transferred them up to Lake County. And Lake County, they've sent some back here. And that's a violation of subsection 2A, where you can only, your case can only, wherever it's initiated at, that court is the only court that can look at it. And for the police and them to say, well, this is going to be a felony, and they take tribal members to Polson and put them in front of a justice of the peace, because that's what happens, is they'll be put in front of the justice of the peace, and then they will bound them over to district court for the felony procedure. And justice of the peace, well, he's just equivalent to a tribal judge over here, which I really question their abilities to be tribal judges, because none of them have any legal background at all. It's like there's no former lawyers or anything like that to make these legal decisions. The only one they have over there is like the prosecutor, like Maylin Smith and them. And they're the only like legal lawyers. The defender's office has limited, and so the tribal judges over here, they have, to me, they have no more experience at it than I do or you do from reading whatever. They don't have no actual legal basis to be a judge. They have no legal training. But again, that you should actually put it up to the membership by a referendum vote on whether they want to be under Public Law 280 or not. Because that's who's rightfully being affected by it. And they were told this in 1961, it would not become law until a referendum was held. And like I said, when Gene Turnage heard that the membership wasn't in favor of Public Law 280, then they went around the referendum and went directly to the governor without a referendum vote. So that is why I am conducting a petition to bring it to a vote by the membership on whether they want to be part of Public Law 280 or not, to be heard, to be given their right to say yes or no, and not just be forced under it by an ordinance that has never been approved by the membership. And that's why, like I said, that's my constitutional right under Article 9 referendum, and that's to repeal 40-A revised in its entirety because of the infractions that the state has done. Like I said, in 1965, when Lake County convicted tribal member George Mitchell, before the proclamation takes effect, because under Section C of the Act of February 27th, 1963, Laws of Montana, the 1963, Chapter 81, under Section 3, it talks about the proclamation. When the governor signs a proclamation, it doesn't become effective until 60 days after that. So if he signed a proclamation on October 8th, 1965, the effective date wouldn't be till December 7th of 1965. Yet George Mitchell was arrested for a October 20th burglary, and his lawyer sent a request to the governor's office, and I got the letter back, and they proceeded to convict George Mitchell on November 22nd of 65 and sent him to Deer Lodge for a year without authorization, because the proclamation hadn't reached December 7th. So that alone is, they did not comply with their own law, and they convicted George Mitchell and sent him to Deer Lodge for a year. And I don't know why you don't seem to want to uphold Tribal Ordinance 40-A revised when it says that under subsection 2E. And they did not comply. And like I said, in 93 or in 94, when the memorandum of understanding came out, Lake County wasn't a part of that. They did not comply with the Senate Bill 368 that the legislature passed in 1993. And yet they act like everything's okay with violating the law. And it's just kind of like, there's nothing in the law that says that Lake County can't withdraw. The only one they talk about being able to withdraw is the tribe under Section 6 within 2 years, but it doesn't say that we're locked in it forever. It's like, why is it all of a sudden that the state of Montana has control over us on whether we can rescind and repeal 40-A revised? Because in 1965, Laura Matt did that. They repealed 40-A revised because of the actions that the state was going to take, and that had to do with Catherine Barnaby Kettley, my stepdad Bud's mom. She used to have stick games down in Arlee, and they were going to arrest her and prosecute her for gambling. And so, and that's covered in their law too, that I think it's under section 5 about customs, traditions and stuff like that. But that's why Laura Matt was repealing that and gonna reinstate 40-A. And why is it that the state with this agreement believes that this tribal council cannot repeal 40-A revised in its entirety? And we're out. And then we're just like all the other reservations in the state of Montana. Yeah, it's just that simple. If you really want it to be out, that's all you have to do is repeal 40-A revised in its entirety. And the state has no authority to interpret tribal law and enforce it, or our ordinances or our resolutions. So you, the tribal council, could repeal 40-A revised in its entirety, and we would be under federal law, just like the other reservations within Montana. Yeah, that's how simple it would be. It's just to repeal 40-A revised in its entirety, and that's within your power. And to hell with the state of Montana, and let them bellyache around about everything else that they're bellyaching around about right now. And all these members that have been illegally convicted could take a legal action against the state of Montana and bankrupt Lake County. And we could get some of our land and everything else back that way too. Is because that's exactly what they're trying to do, writing letters to the president about our operation of the dams. I've read articles about how the tribe is mismanaging the dam, and they should have somebody else running the dam, but not another tribal entity, because that is where they're losing their tax money from. They're used to having all that tax money, and now they don't. And that's basically what I'm saying, is that we should put them in their place, and we could take our own jurisdiction back over our members, just like the other tribes are doing right now, that are under the federals. All the other ones except this tribe are under federal. This is the only one that's under this illegal public law 280. And I say illegal because the membership never got to vote on it, as they were told they were going to have that right. And that never transpired. But you yourself could just repeal 40-A revised in its entirety, and we're done. And then we move forward. And there's no imaginary void like Lake County is trying to say, that public law 280 will still be in effect if they withdraw. No, it takes all 4 of the counties' approval to be in it, according to their law of February 27th, 1963. Doesn't say 3 out of 4. And you never hear nothing about the other ones, the other counties, because if the governor is going to give Lake County $5 million, then Sanders County, Missoula County, and Flathead County are going to say, well, where's our $5 million? So it's $20 million they're looking at. And I don't believe that it costs $5 million to prosecute Indians in a year there. Their capacity is like 42 beds for the males, and 80% of that is like tribal members. And what does it cost for a non-member to get run through the district court as opposed to a tribal member? What is the cost of that? You know, because you never hear them complaining about, well, You know, all these non-members, it cost more than $5 million to do because we have more of them. Because I've asked them, I said, well, what does it cost for one person? One person that you had in here in your jail for a year or something? Because like my son Thomas, he was in Lake County for 17 months. And his lawyers were all trying to push the plea bargain. And I told Thomas, no, let's just take it to a jury trial because you'll be able to appeal. Because what people don't realize is when they're being told, take the plea bargain, you give up your right to appeal your sentence with a plea bargain. So all these people are running through there, and a lot of the tribal members don't have no legal minds or whatever about the situation they're in, so they're forced to believe that their public pretender is getting them the best deal possible when they're just giving up their right to appeal, because in actuality, a lot of them shouldn't even be up there. They're like misdemeanor offenses that could have been held here that Lake County turns into felonies. And to felonize every Indian woman and adult Indian male so they can put them in different places across the state from each other to where hopefully they don't have other Indian children that can keep the tribe going. Because you look at a lot of the people that are going through those court systems, that's where they are, in the childbearing years. And so it's like, you know, that's why it's called the termination bill. And the other part of the termination bill came in 56 is like the relocation. That's where they would take tribal members from reservations, send them to the cities in hopes that when they learned the trade there, that they would stay there and never come back to the reservation. It's all about our land and our resources. That's what they want. And they're not going to quit. And they should be thankful that we would be able to take that burden of them prosecuting Indians off their hands, because they won't take the money because they have to be accountable for it. It doesn't get put into their general fund, their slush box. It has to be itemized what they're using the money for. And that's why they've refused their money. Because they don't want to just use it for what they say they're using it for. They want to take that money that they were going to be getting and use it for other things other than what they asked for, like trying tribal members. And like I said, I just don't see $5 million realistically to prosecute Indians who they're having them come in and do plea bargains with and just like sending them through a lunch line. They're not saying that, well, we're going to take it to jury, and so that would cost them more money and backlog their agendas. And like I said, with my son Thomas spending 17 months in there from February of 22 till June of 23, they kept trying to make him these plea bargains, and then pretty soon it got to be less and less. And then 2 weeks before his jury trial, they were saying, if you just take this, you won't have to do no jail time. You don't have to do no probation time, no nothing. And he said, no, I'm going to take my case to the jury. Well, before it came to that day in June for his case to start, Judge Christopher dismissed it with prejudice, and I gave you guys a copy of that too. Dismissed his case with prejudice after Justin Cambridge and other prosecutors, public pretenders that they had trying to represent my son was still, that's all they tried to do was get him to do a plea bargain, and he said no. He wanted to go to trial, and then they would say, no, you're gonna get 10 to 15 years. The jury's gonna find you guilty, you'll get 10 to 15 years. Take this plea bargain, and he said no. And so what happened was, the highway patrolman recanted his story 4 different times, and so there's no evidence of Thomas being a driver of a vehicle they said he was driving. So they dismissed it with prejudice. They didn't just dismiss it. Like, there's two ways to get dismissed. They could dismiss it without prejudice, which means that it's dismissed right now. But if the prosecutors and the county attorneys can come up with more evidence, then they could refile later. But when you're dismissed with prejudice, it can't be brought up again. So when they dismissed Thomas's case with prejudice, and he wasn't even present there, then that's what his lawyers came down and told him, that he could have said, yeah, I did it, and they wouldn't have been able to do nothing. That's what the difference between being dismissed without prejudice and dismissed with prejudice. When you're dismissed with prejudice, they can never bring it up again. And dismissed without is that gives the prosecuting attorneys chance to get more evidence and then bring you back to court later. But Christopher ruled that his case was dismissed with prejudice, and that she even hand wrote into there, and I gave you guys a copy of that, that she was going to notify the DMV and put this case in his file. So I waited 60 days after that, so last August, I went to Helena to the DMV and showed him the ruling on Thomas's case, and I said, you see right here where the judge says that she's going to have this put into his driving record. And they haven't called me back to say that it was, because he says, well, I have to look it up, and so the next time when I'm going over to Helena again here, I will go stop there again and ask them, you know, I haven't heard back from you on whether they had received this or not. Because I found it pretty unethical for the judge to write that into his judgment, that it was dismissed with prejudice, but yet she was forwarding a copy of that to the DMV to put in his driving record. And what other little things do these trial judges do to the members in their cases? Because I know a lot of people who started out with a 3-year deferred sentence, and they're like still on it from the 70s, because they get toward almost done with it or whatever, and then some little infraction comes up, so they get brought back in and resentenced. So they're doing life on a 3-year deferred sentence. And there's no justice up there for Indians, and we have no business being in their courts. And for you to think that we do, I think is really wrong. Because as you can see by the actions that the Lake County Commissioners are currently taking on every aspect they can, like I said, the dam, writing to the president, complaining about the water being low and everything else against the tribe. And we shouldn't have to deal with them at all. If you don't believe me, just try it out. Just repeal 40-A revised in its entirety and let 90 days go by and see what happens. We'll be out. That'll be it. There's nothing to discuss with Lake County or the state. They don't want out of it because that's where they get a lot of their money from. And now they're still trying to get money. Like 2 years ago, they were trying to get, or like last year, they were trying to get it for 2 years. And that's what I spoke up there. That's what I called it, was the bounty on Lake County on Indians. And that's what they're, and I equivalized it to like the male Indian scalps were worth $100, the females 50, and even a child, they had a price on their head for their scalps. And that's exactly what Lake County is doing here. And I think that we can do better for our people under the federal program and get the people the help they need for their addictions and somehow get them to reconnect with the tribe, which they feel like they're no part of. They're in limbo. They don't belong out there in society. They don't feel like they belong here at the tribe. So that makes it extra hard for them to kick their addictions because that's their friend. And so until you can figure out how to get the addicted to feel inclusive into our tribe, you're fighting a losing battle with their addiction. Because when they used to have the detox behind Dairy Queen and Ronan, there would be people that checked into there just because, like during the winter, there'd be somewhere to stay, or it's a way to get out of jail for a while. And they don't go in there with the true intention of kicking their addiction. It's just to get out of a current situation, out of incarceration, even if it's just for a little while. Because the Lake County Probation Officer office is no friend to the tribal members, and they look for any little infraction they can to send you back into the circle and the cycle of the district court, to either get you another sentence to keep you on probation longer or send you to Deer Lodge as another charge against addition to the one you're already doing. It's to keep all the Indians they can off the reservation.
Sonny, it is 12:30 and I'd like to take a 10-minute break and then you can continue if you'd like. I'd like to have a break for about 10 minutes.
All right.
Break for 10 minutes.
Grab,
I got bacon already, so I just.
grab Tom a bag of bacon out there.
Well, I'm ready to resume. I hope everybody else that's gonna continue is here, and I'd ask that you don't just reiterate things you've already said, but anything else you wanna present, go ahead, Sonny.
I was just waiting for everybody to get back is all.
I think some people do have other obligations and maybe they're not coming back.
Well,
So-
you didn't say that when, you didn't say that when you said your 10-minute break. I just thought they were all gonna be back, whatever.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, section 2 of the law, like I said, this is the state side. And it states that whenever the governor of the state shall receive from the tribal council or other governing body of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes, community, band, or group of Indians in the state, a resolution expressing his desire that its people and lands be subject to the criminal and/or civil jurisdiction of the state of Montana to the extent authorized by federal law and regulation. He shall issue within 60 days a proclamation to the effect that such jurisdiction shall apply to those Indians and their territory or reservation in accordance with the provisions of this act, provided that he shall not issue such proclamation until such resolution has been approved in the manner provided for by the Charter, Constitution, or other fundamental law of the tribe or tribes. If said document provides for such approval, provided further that he shall not issue such proclamation until there has been first obtained the consent of the Board of County Commissioners of each county, which encompasses any portion of the reservation of such tribe or tribes. Section 3, 60 days from the date of the issuance of the proclamation of the governor as provided for by Section 2 of this act, the state of Montana shall assume jurisdiction over offenses committed by or against Indians in the lands prescribed in the proclamation to the same extent that this state has jurisdiction over offenses committed elsewhere within the state, and the criminal and/or civil laws of the state shall have the same force and effect within such lands as they have elsewhere within the state. 4, nothing in this act shall authorize the alienation, encumbrance, or taxation of any real or personal property, including water rights belonging to any Indian or Indian tribe, band, or community that is held in trust by the United States, or shall authorize regulation of the use of such property in a manner inconsistent with any federal treaty, agreement, or statute, or with any regulation made pursuant thereto, or shall confer jurisdiction upon the state of Montana to adjudicate in probate proceedings or otherwise the ownership of or right to possession of such property or any interest therein, or shall deprive any Indian or any Indian tribe, band, or community of any right, privilege, or immunity afforded under federal treaty, agreement, statute, or executive order with respect to hunting, trapping, fishing, or the control, licensing, or regulations thereof. 5, nothing in this act shall deprive the Indian tribe, band, or community from carrying on its age-old tribal dances, feasting, or customary Indian celebrations, or in any way try to destroy Indian culture. 6, any Indian tribe, community, band, or group of Indians that may consent to come within the provisions of this act may, within 2 years from the date of this governor's proclamation, withdraw their consent to be subject to the criminal and/or civil jurisdiction of the state of Montana by appropriate resolution, and within 60 days after the receipt of such regulation, the government shall issue a proclamation to that effect. And that is in conflict with our Constitution, where we have the right to repeal 40-A, 40-A revised in its entirety, and the state can't be saying that we can't, and that's what they're doing. They're trying to say that we are locked into this. They're trying to say that we do not have the authority to repeal 40-A or 40-A revised after 2 years. It doesn't say that in our Constitution. That infringes on our tribal sovereignty. And there's nothing in this law that says that the state can't withdraw their consent. So when they're trying to say that the Lake County didn't do this right or do that right, there's nothing in here that says Lake County can't withdraw their consent at any time they wish. The only one they're trying to say that can't is the tribe after 2 years. And that conflicts with our Constitution under Article 9 referendum, which allows us by referendum vote to get rid of 40-A and 40-A revised by a referendum vote, or you can repeal it in your entirety as the tribal council did with 40-A on May 5th of 1964 or 65 when they adopted 40-A revised. And like I said, the last sentence of the ordinance states that specifically 40-A revised is repealed. So their law is in conflict with our Constitution because it's our constitutional right to repeal any ordinance or resolution that has been passed. So they're trying to hold us locked in, violating our tribal sovereign rights of conducting a constitutional act of repealing 40-A revised. They're trying to say, no, you can't do that. They don't have the authority to tell us, the tribe, that we can't repeal our own ordinances or our own resolutions. So their law of February 27th, 1963, that the legislature passed is inapplicable because it's unconstitutional. It violates our Constitution. Therefore, you can't be into an agreement with the state if it violates our Constitution. And Section 6 violates our constitutional right to repeal 40-A and 40-A revised in their entirety. They're trying to say us after 2 years, and that's what it says in the McDonald case, that all this stuff is after 2 years, so you can't get out. Well, it's unconstitutional because the state has no authority, the Secretary of the Interior has no authority to approve this because it violates our Constitution. And the Wheeler-Howard Act is a federal statute, and that's where we get our Constitution, is under Section 16. If it's not going to work, then maybe we should just get rid of the whole Constitution and be out of that. Because that's what's in the Constitution too, under Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act, is that we can repeal the Constitution and the IRA the same way as that it got accepted was by a special election vote of the membership. Again, it's the membership. And it's the membership that is the one whose desires that would have to be reflected in a referendum vote, that it desires its people to be under Public Law 280, is the membership, not the council. The membership. They have to decide if they want this or not. And that's all I'm saying, is that this law is inapplicable for the fact that they are saying that we, the CSKT, cannot repeal 40-A revised or 40-A in its entirety anytime at all. They're saying that if you don't do it within 2 years, you're stuck in this agreement forever. That's unconstitutional. That's telling you, the council, that you cannot repeal this.
Sonny, what else do you have? We've heard that probably 12 times today.
Well, I'm just saying that this is the law, and that's what I'm trying to get is that it's this law that is unconstitutional and has no legal standing. And for you to pretend it does is a violation of your oath of office to uphold the Constitution. That's all I'm saying. This is the law. This is the law that they passed. And the law that they passed is unconstitutional.
We've heard you say that several times, I think, and if you've got something else, please proceed to it.
Well, that's mostly what I want you to understand is that this law is unconstitutional and you should just put it to a vote to the membership instead of playing politics with their lives. Let them decide. Let the membership decide.
I think we've heard and understood, and we appreciate you bringing that forward.
And like I said, that's why I keep on going forward with my petition, because I don't see you as the council taking a affirmative action to uphold the Constitution. And like I said, their state law is unconstitutional, and you can't make an agreement with them if it violates our Constitution.
We've heard you say that.
Yeah, well, I've never heard you say that. You know, it's okay that they violate the Constitution and we're staying in this.
Haven't heard anybody say that either, so, thank you. We have heard that message from you. Thank you. Jennifer?
I had two still signed up. I had Ruth Sweeney and Stephen Morjo. They need to sign up on the sheet. And
Ruthie?
Ruth next.
Go like this after 2 minutes. I had a couple of things I wanted to ask. The first question was the news had reported that there was a meeting that had been held between Lake County commissioners and I think they just said CSKT. And I couldn't quite recall or correctly understand what that was. Can you just give me a brief kind of where are we now? The way it ended up was we're still kind of in a holding pattern that really nothing has moved any further than where we presently are. Is that true?
The only meeting I'm aware of is when they came into council. What day was that? About 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, this was just like in the last few days, the radio news. So I
No.
don't know, was there another thing? But again, and I just want to have some agreement with Mr. Lozo's comment about this whole idea that's going to cost millions of dollars per year to, at least that's what the county maintains they spend. And you all know from discussions we've had with you how our side is planning to, you know, in that day that we assume a higher level than what's currently there. This is one of the things that I spoke with Jordan, I think it was a year ago, and I said, you know, ideally, we would get our own act of Congress. It seems like it's the only way we can ever truly achieve what we really want and need. Legal jurisdiction is the core of sovereignty. For us to have complete jurisdiction to me is the only route. Because even in the partial retrocession, we still don't obtain full jurisdiction. If I go to Canada, I'm under their law. They can do whatever is needed. It doesn't matter whether those laws are vastly different from what I'm used to wherever I came from. I don't have to go there if I don't want to submit. This has been, through my lifetime, an issue because of the unique status of this reservation. What Mr. Lozer brings up is actually true. It's a complex, hard to understand thing. What I've worried from the get-go is, let's just say our tribe did have felony jurisdiction to the degree that it was permitted. Does everybody know what's supposed to happen when someone is arrested, detained, a response is given to a call? Because there is opportunity for a lot of things to go bad and to go wrong. And I've expressed, I think, quite a bit, and you've already heard me say that our side, when we do decide to prosecute and adjudicate these felonies, because I believe that day will come and it's coming, we already are doing a limited degree of it right now. We cannot just simply replicate what has been done. We've already seen that fail. James spoke about the need to address addiction. Mr. Lozo alludes to something that is very true. The way you help people get into recovery is to give them a sense of connectedness. And the more we can do as a tribe to strengthen and to give that cultural connection, the cultural basis of connection, the better we're all going to be. And it ties back to this issue you're trying to tackle with enrollment. When folks express their desire to belong, that belonging was also the core of our existence. It's exactly the reason why we could have a law and justice system that didn't exist on paper. There are no jails or prisons. You can't lock up a teepee, because we had traditional and cultural values that was our strength, and it's how things were done. When you went against the social group's norms, you were punished. And there wasn't a defender or a judge. It was whomever was the leader or in leadership had the power to do that to you, and you had to accept it. And it was serious wrongdoing. You were literally sent away. And to be away from the group, surviving on your own, was like being sentenced to death, because you just go a little bit further up that way, you're probably going to be found by enemies and killed. That's how serious it was. That's why people wanted to belong to the tribe, and they followed the laws and the traditions. And sadly today, because we don't have that throughout all of our people, that is that struggle. And it is that lack of connection. Feeling like you belong to something that's way beyond what you are about, and that you are trying to do the best you can today, not for you, it's for the future. And so this is how we teach our kids and our grandkids. I was, telling people, I was just telling Jennifer, I said I had to, work in the heat of the day yesterday to help my daughter get her camp going. Our family's camping down there. And it's a lot of work, and a lot of people, find it's kind of a hardship, and maybe they can't afford it, which is regretful. But there's only 2 times a year I really look forward to things. And that's right now and the new year. And those are 2 of the most culturally important times for our people. Even if, you don't have to be a singer or a dancer or a stick game player, just go down there or go up north when they have theirs and just be there and see just a shred of what we managed to hang on to. We had to do 4th of July so that the government wouldn't shut us down. I don't take that for granted, ever. It wasn't too long ago. We weren't allowed to do what we were as tribal people. So everything that we do as a tribe, as a government, and as just people that supports that is really gratifying. And I know people were kind of worried and getting kind of, there's issues, you know, to address. Oh, there might be a water problem, there might be an electrical problem, you know. My dad used to say, come hell or high water, the celebration's gonna happen, and just let it happen. And now I know what he means. He means don't bring all of this worry into it that don't need to be there. 51 years ago, Bing's dad was in charge of the celebration. He single-handedly organized and put it on. And there's so many memories I have of that time and since that are important to know and important to keep remembering. And I was talking about the memorial, you know, that traditionally, after people have left us and you think about, we didn't have a lot of things. You probably just had like your clothing and your, maybe if you were a man, you had your tools, your weapons, your war bonnets and whatnot. And at the memorial, you brought those out and people would remember how you lost your loved one because you're carrying or you're wearing those. And these are the things that I've been taught, had the privilege to be taught. And I was not raised in a cultural or traditional family. So it can be learned if you pay attention to the right people. I look forward to your enrollment action. I heard a comment that you're getting ready to probably do an appointment to that committee. I appreciate Jennifer's comment that she's serving, you know, the tribe's interest on that, not her own. And I know that despite myself making very, you know, direct and pointed comments about that, you know, she is right. We had this issue voted on 21 years ago. And at that time, the people said no lineal descendancy, because that's all you could vote, yes or no. It doesn't mean that everyone is totally against it forever, or that they were totally against, I don't, that's how simple it is. You have to word a constitutional question, yes or no, so that people are either voting yes or no. I don't know how that's gonna come out. I've expressed serving on that as a representative from the Mission District. And I look forward to that. Look forward to any help I can provide in the work that I do for the tribe to assist with that if I'm not appointed, whether or not. We'll always continue to offer what insight I can provide on those sorts of questions. Right now, you know that enrollment has been in a decline. This coming week, and this is the only time we have to count because of per capita. And I look at that and wonder, what is it going to be? And then you just move on and go with what's there. I know some folks are against increasing the enrollment for any reason, by any method, because they say, we're not even taking care of everyone we got. And this I'm going to speak real harshly about. Well, that's a good thing our ancestors didn't think like that. What would they been doing? Throwing newborns out in the snow and, oh, there's too many to feed now, or letting elders just die. So I urge you to, you know, expand that thought. We adapted, obviously. I'm sure there were times when we outlived where we could survive and we did have to move or break into smaller groups. And you think of in the modern sense, you know, maybe we just start letting go of certain things that aren't critical. And we focus just on what is critical and not worry so much about what's this going to cost us. Oh, more members will cost us. That's not a tribal way of thinking. And I just want to say that. That comes from me. That's not, you know, trying to criticize any of you personally. I'm just saying, I keep hearing that amongst the membership. And that kind of goes to what I said too. Our role as members is to try to give back to our tribe. Not to always take, not to always come and insist or even demand. To say, I'm an elder, I should, or how come and not. And I have a hard time with that. You know, caring for people in my own family that would be considered elders. I'm not sending them over here. And I feel badly if they feel like that's what they should do. So I asked, like other members of my family, can you help out with that for this time? And I wouldn't do that if it wasn't feeling right in my own heart. So Lemlemch, I appreciate your time. I really appreciate what you did. That was a very gratifying little project I got to be involved in. I'm thankful to Jennifer for cluing me in on what that plan was. Made me really happy to be part of that. So thank you again.
Thank you, Ruth.
We have the next one is Joe Butterfly.
Come on up, Joe.
Hukahea Chitale Mamono Tawinan Samet Melquinu Tokokoke Kwasqui. It's been a year now since I came here last time, and they say I stepped on toes. I seen Dawson about 2 months ago, a little more. He said, get back to me in a couple of weeks, and I haven't seen him since then, pertaining to these issues that we're talking about. My mother-in-law is full blood. And we're talking about enrollment. But her baby brother, they made him 3/4. Comes down, he lives off the res. He comes down and tries to get his kids on the rolls. But department head enrollment guy says, you're a troublemaker, go away. So he's only got him down as 3/4. He's a lumpy, last of the full bloods. Sisters, there's only 2 of them left. We buried my sister-in-law this few months ago too. The baby sister-in-law. There's only two of them left. And then we talk about all these other things you guys are talking about. Well, enrollment. Well, you know, if my uncle can't be a full blood, then what does that make his kids? Then we talk about lineal descent. Well, now they're just descendants. But he could marry any race in the world and his kids would be on the rolls. So then any of his kids could marry anybody in the world and those kids would be on the rolls. But now the way they have it marked down on his blood, his kids can't be on the rolls. His kids can't be on, even if they only if they married in, but you're so close related almost. So we go back to enrollment. So some of these families go clear to the Colville, the Coeur d'Alenes, the Lower Kalispell, the Spokanes, the Coastal Salish, the Canadian Salish. We're abundant people, just like Ruth says. We did branch out, and this is why we landed where we landed. But here, when you got somebody that's in enrollment taking charge and by the swipe of a pen enrolls over 1,000 people and say, oh no, now we got too many people on the rolls, we can't even take care of the ones we got. So, we can't take that back. Well, it's too late. He already put them on the rolls. So we got people like Dawson. I mean, nobody ever thought he was a tribal member. And, you know, you look at these people behind you, look how dark they are. And then, you know, they're not bald. But still, that don't matter. We're all Indian people. We all still have that lineage, that blood in us. So I'm just like an eighth away from being a full blood. So I always teased around. I got cut when I was a little kid. I'm all my white bled out. I was raised culturally. I heated those sweat rocks. I closed that door. I was the doorman. I was the rock man. I did all that. I was raised that way all my life. And then I went through this so-called felony stuff. Class E felony through the tribe. That's their limit. And then this public law 280. So it was like double jeopardy. I just went through this ICWA thing with my so-called son. I had never seen him since he was 4 years old. I went back over to Washington. I won full custody of this little boy. And they put charges on me in Spokane County and here in this reservation, this tribal law, Class E, custodial interference. I sat in jail for all that, mostly just for the tribe. And then they held a warrant for me in Spokane County, and I didn't go. They dropped all them charges. But we're back to Class E, or back to felony E, where, yeah, I did go to prison for you guys. For all this setup to what it was a setup to me. I beat it in court, but through this public law 280, I got to go through the 20th District Court, and it's just like talking to the wall. Just like almost like sometimes these people feel they come here and they're just talking to the wall. Well, those guys are listening. They're listening up there, and they know what I'm talking about. So they have ears. Even though we put them to rest, they're still here protecting us. I came to work today and I thought I was gonna miss this because they said, oh, it's a short agenda. So we got the ones that just, they gotta take off, they gotta go. They don't wanna hear it because they're getting picked on because they got mud on them or whatever the case is. And I'm just sad to say that, you know, I had a hard time coming to this annual event like Bruce says. This is what my kids will all want to live for is this Arlie powwow. And when they took this little boy from me last year, we put all his stuff in my camper. This camper that I used to just go and camp away from home just to work, provide for my family. And then I tried to come home and stay here to work so I didn't have to miss these growing up years with my kids. Because then the first day I came back, I tried to stay home and work, and I come back Monday night. He goes, what are you doing home? And I said, I work at home now. He goes, what are you gonna do on girls' night? I said, I guess I'll go sleep in the camper because they're used to me going on the road. I'm tired. When I wake up in the morning, they're still sleeping. When I go to work and when I get home, done with work, when I'm away, they're tired and I'm really tired and they're getting ready for bed. I'm just like, it's not the same. FaceTime is not the same, and that's why I chose to be home. And it's tough trying to be here on this reservation and trying to work. That's one of the other questions I had. I signed up for this so-called ARPA program. I did all the paperwork. I did everything I did. My wife helped me get insurance and everything to be a contractor. And when I first introduced myself, that's what my mother-in-law called me, Choos, little whirlwind. So when I came into that family and I talked about this family before, I remember the camp crier, Patsy, that was a lumpfree. I seen him every morning. He would come check on me because I'd always be standing at the teepee. And he would come over and he would check on me. If I wasn't standing outside, he would peek his head in and check on me. That's when the rations came out. We don't see the rations no more. We don't see any stuff like that anymore. We got paved roads. We got paved everything. We're simulated. But I went through this, you call this addictiveness. You're back to addictiveness, cognitive thinking. So in order for me to come out of this institution, I gotta go through all this treatment so I can come back home to my family. My mom was still alive. I was a donor for her to donate one of my kidneys. And they didn't care. I was cleared over in eastern Montana. I started in Deer Lodge, ended up clearing over eastern Montana. First chance I got, I took a pre-release, got back close as home as I could. I started sending them money just because that's all I could do. Till I went through all this treatment, this cognitive thinking, addictive thinking. And then I never had a problem, but to get back home. And then my mom still passed. They took her off the donor list because she was getting too old. So even if I could donate a kidney, they weren't going to put her under the knife. So you talk about this cultural stuff. How many times have I seen you guys in these people behind you in their sweat house? How many times have I seen you there with them and these vision quests and these ceremonies, these annual ceremonies that Ruth talks about. This here is just like what she talks about. If you didn't do it on the 4th, it's like the South Dakota, it's like taking away the ghost dance. It's the same thing. But we got to keep it going. It's all over this world, this addictedness. Right now I'm in a building that I lost my great grandkid. It'd be like my niece's boy's daughter. She was like 3 months old. And she was in that mess. That house is just such a mess. I cleaned it up and I smudged it for that family. That's my family. And they lost it. And we got all these problems with this addiction, with this fentanyl. And it's just all over the world. There's nothing we can do about it. Even across the street over at the law office, we can't do nothing. They can't do nothing. It's going to come in whether they try or not. And on my way here, I was getting flagged down at the powwow grounds from somebody from the Spokane res, and they were honking. I could see him in the mirror, so I stopped. I was right by the registration for the pavilion for the dancers, and she come running up, and I was just wondering why she was honking, and she seen her jump out and running towards my truck. She thought I was a cop. She asked me, goes, I need a car wash, a free car wash. Goes, you guys just come here and you just like, you tase this guy, you beat him up right in front of everybody, right in front of God and everybody. She goes, I just went back into my tent, but I got up this morning, there's blood all over her car. And she says that they got tased and they were beating him up. And it was just, and this is a guest. We have a guest here that's complaining to me. She thought I was just a cop, but and she goes, oh, and then I see your emblem, you're just a construction worker. I told her, I said, well, I'll bring it up to quarterly. I said, that's all I can do. I said, but go ask up front or go talk to Ronnie Matt. He's the chairman of the powwow grounds. So whatever we're letting them just fly through in the day, like we're still letting these people in just so we could go show them our authority in front of our guests and beat them up and like tase them and just make a big scene. And then, is that like disrespectful on our part? Because we got a guest here that's thinking that I'm a cop. But I have other people that come to me and ask me for help for stuff that there's just like deafening ears here. It's all over the world and it's here too. We talk about this appeal or this petition. And it's just like, well, it's up to the people then. Maybe we need to do the petition. Because you guys aren't going to help us with the petition. And it's just like, well, where did all our Salvazar money go? All these elders are passing, and that money was part of their money too. I'm executor of 2 of them, and that money should be still given out to us. It took like 5 or 6 years for the Yakimas to get their money, but they gave it, and they had the same amount that we had. They had the $19,000. And it's just like, it's sad that our own people, our own tribe can't even follow through with the settlement. Because that money is not supposed to accrue interest or nothing. It's just supposed to be given away, back to the people to help them. So when you got people coming here for help, then you say, well, you know, you're still sitting on our 10 grand or 9 grand. And this guy, he only wants something done for his water well or something. He only needs like another $1,500. Well, give him the rest of his money. He can do it on his own, or she, or the family. It's just, you know, I asked Mike for help a few months ago about this little boy, this family. They kicked me out of the courtroom and they laughed. The department head that was in there, he was half shot. And he never said nothing until we had the non-tribal member managing prosecutor, Maylin Smith, kick me out of the courtroom. She ran that courtroom because the one judge that was in charge had to rescind because that department head knew how to fight the system. He went and confronted that judge. So now he made it a conflict of interest. So now he has to rescind. So they put a traffic court judge, that's all he knows is traffic. He puts him in charge of these children that, and this chief judge knew that. But he had to rescind because this department head came in front of him and talked to him behind everybody's back. So it made a conflict of interest. So what kind of, you know, it's just like, how bad, you know, I talked about the tangled web we weave. You know how long it takes for a spider to web their spider web? Less than 24 hours, and they'll have a web, and they're already trying to catch and feed themselves because they have to lay eggs. And it does, and right now they're probably out there spinning a web right on my truck again. It's a science, and the science it should be up here with you people. You were voted in here. You know, I just hear the stories of how all these people lived out of district, and then still nobody's got a slap on hand. Nobody said nothing about anything about these guys not being in their district. It's just, you know, so let's do a out of district vote so that you don't have to live there, but we'll vote you in there anyway. But these other ones that were voted in that district weren't living there. And there was bona fide proof on a couple of them, but still, what's that? Well, they're back home. Well, where were they the last couple of years? Well, they weren't there. Well, still, it don't matter. You're gonna do what you're gonna do no matter what. Because it is part of, and like they say, the act of Congress. Maybe we do need our own Congress. Because I remember last year, Johnny talked about military. So if we have our own military, then what are they gonna just keep beating up people right at our own celebration? Letting people in, so it goes, oh yeah, we'll get him. We'll just wait till he gets in there and starts raising king. Then we'll go tase him and make a big scene in front of everybody. And show our guests that we're not messing around. So don't do what this guy does. You know, how disrespectful is that for someone to wave your tribal member down and think that he's a cop, that he can do something? I should have just gave her like $5 quarters I had sitting in my truck, say, go wash your car then. Sorry. But is it even worth even asking for reimbursement from our own council or our own police force? Because I don't know the situation, but I know she witnessed it. She's a guest. And it's sad that you people don't see this stuff. You don't see that, you don't hear it. And it's just like, you know, I was almost seeing Mike almost on a daily basis, seemed like, and then after he says, see you in 2 weeks, he's gone. I don't see him in these places where I always go, where he always went. It's like now he's like trying to be a turtle and go, just tuck his head in his legs, and so I can't see him anymore. See you in 2 weeks. Maybe he got the same treatment I did through the people that I went through, all the resources. You know, and it is true about this federal law, about these Congress acts and whatever, about all these things that these guys talk about, and we're still just, well, let's just keep doing what they say, let's just keep doing what they say. But, you know, where does the council ever gonna come in to say something or do something? You know, I was put on the spot as a mandated reporter through another department head, through this little boy. And I was in front of another mandated reporter. And it was Rick Ignas's mandated reporter, right-hand man. He was one of our legal people. And he's not, I don't even know if he's even enrolled here. I know his family's over in the lower Usk. Jordan Thompson, or Thomas. He was there. He walked me over to this other department head. And then I reported this other department head had brought this little boy that I was in my care, drinking and driving, and brought him like 2 minutes ahead of time just so that he could like look like a star, and I knew he was drunk. And she tried to corner me and said, you're a mandated reporter. I said, you guys never did the paperwork. So she doesn't even know. Through the social services program, she doesn't even know. She's not even on the same page as these people that are getting like, oh, they put me off. They put me off. Say, oh, you're gonna be bona fide foster parent. Oh, well, we don't have no training yet. Oh, well, we don't have, oh, well, I was almost there, then so, oh, we canceled it again. The department head canceled it again. So she doesn't even know that I didn't even get to go through the whole process yet. But she's already got me as a mandated reporter. Goes, well, how come you didn't say nothing? How come you didn't call us and tell us? I said, I'm telling you now. He goes, well, you're a mandated, remember where you signed your mandated reporter? I said, yeah. I said, I didn't get to sign. I didn't, you guys, you kept counseling this training for me to be the mandated reporter for this little boy. Because when I went to that first hearing for that little boy, that was his permanency placing hearing. And they extended it. And that little boy had all problems through the whole process. From that time on, he had problems. They finally got to go home for a month later. He was supposed to go start that weekend and he didn't get, when he finally got to go home for Easter, they brought him home less than 24 hours because he was still going through withdrawals, or he didn't even know this family. We already had this little boy for like 7 months and he'd already been out of the home for 7 months. So so-called protocol, you want to talk protocol? This is protocol for social services. If that boy cannot be placed back in the home, then he should be stayed. That's where that permanency placing hearing was. So then they tried to go out of bounds and make it, the first time it failed. They tried this with another family. She got out of jail, she came home and she's like, you said you would have my kids back. And they said, no, she's gone. So then they finally looked back in the paper, go, oh yeah, that's right. But she did say you could have this, you have your kids back. It failed anyways. They finally gave her kids back, but it failed a couple months down the road. So this little boy I had was a second trial for them to go above and beyond, and it failed. And they kicked me out of the courtroom. They took that little boy, they were supposed to serve us papers, and they took that little boy from where we already had him in school, little preschool, for little kids. And they were supposed to serve us this letter. Let us know ahead of time that they're gonna take this boy. Then they wanted all these clothes and they never come and got him. My wife went to go pick him up and they said, social services just took him like an hour ago. And he goes, oh, so now you gotta go get the letter from social services. They were supposed to give that letter to you a week ago. So these people running this program, like one of the staff members says, oh, she's claiming her to be indigenous. She's indigenous, but she's Armenian. She's not even from here. She's not even Native American. But she's running these kids off the reservation like it's nothing. And she came off another Navajo or Southern reservation, her and her husband. Did the same thing down there. Used their resume to bring it here, and then they just the same thing, running these kids off. Our kids. And then you talk about linear descent. Where's all these kids? Some of these families don't even know where their nephews or grandkids have gone because they don't tell them. It's a secret. They can't even reach out to them and to show them that culture, to give them that culture. Eminent domain, ICWA. If we're going to have an ICWA program, we need to have ICWA lawyers. Back on the coast, they have ICWA lawyers. ICWA here is just a proclamation. I went through that ICWA, and it didn't do me nothing, no good. My so-called son, he's probably 26 years old, and I only seen him 22 years ago when he was 4 years old, when they charged me with custodial interference here, through this reservation, and through Spokane. I beat them both, but ICWA never helped me at all. There was only one other thing that was precedent with ICWA. It's been a proclamation for years, but there was only one issue that anybody ever challenged with ICWA, and it was the eminent domain, because he went through the same thing I did. My wife or his mother was a descendant. She's probably on the rolls now. Maybe that's where my uncle's blood went. Gave her the blood so she could be on the rolls. But who knows? This thing that was precedent with ICWA was already something like that. This boy's mother was non-member, just like my boy's mother. And so he won it through ICWA. And he got that boy back. That was the eminent domain. That's the whole thing of ICWA. And I learned that in this college across the highway when it was first starting. I remember being there in 92, all the way off and on, all the way up to 99, hitting forestry, all the way up, even to 88, 86. I did a lot over there at that college, and they helped me travel and meet the President Clinton and his staff. It's a lot to be where I'm at today, but still having that cultural background. And I'm just like wondering, what are we gonna do with these people that I hear they're trying to sue these people, the social services. I remember when I seen this so-called, one of the staff members, he was so out of it, and that's what he went to prison for, driving on a pedestrian lane. Now he's over there running with the big dogs. And he's just like, you just hear the stories. He's a chip off his dad's old block. He's just the same. Nothing's changed. I used to be with his sister, and I seen that when I go visit. That's what that was going on at that household. His dad was beating his mom, and he's just tiny, and it's going on right now. And he's just drinks just as bad as his dad does. But he's right there, and he's just like the department head of enrollment. If I told you the last time, if you guys don't test them, what do you? I mean, you're just gonna let them come to work drunk all the time, or half shot, or hungover, and then with the drop of a pen enroll over 1,000 people, and it's just like, oh well, we can't take that back. And it's things like that. And you know, it's sad that we don't ever step up or say anything. It's only the people's complaints that you'll continue to hear. But we just like, are these guys supposedly like immune to everything? All these department heads are immune to everything. So when I'm with the Jordan Thomas, then if he's mandated reporter, how come he doesn't mandate report the department head for what she just put her foot in her mouth like 5 times in front of him? And he's looking at me like he's appalled. Like he's like, wow, really? She's really saying this to you? But then she's pointing back at him like gonna put it on him. Well, he's a mandated reporter too. So what's he gonna do? He just goes back upstairs and he just sits down and shuts up like everybody else. Because there's a lot of people that do that. Because if they got their little thing on their computer where they're supposed to be, but they're still on their phone doing their little Facebook or whatever, playing their little games. So when you walk in on them, oh yeah, I got my work here, I'm doing my work. You know, and it's just like going to Walmart when they used to be really helpful there. How may I help you? Oh, that's not my department. Well, you're in this aisle. Well, that's not my department. You gotta go around the other aisle, and that's where that department will help you for this part. Well, what are you doing in this aisle then? You can't help me? Can't even tell me the price? And it's the same. Nobody wants to step on anybody's toes around here. I mean, it's just like, well, geez, Walmart price or pay is just as good as the tribal pay, right? You know, and I keep asking why they were supposed to be like sending me, and this is going back to ARPA. I'm a tribal contractor, and they're hurting for contractors, but now they don't want to send me any work. They're kind of leaking it out. Oh yeah, there's lots of work in Pablo, but they don't want to like give me any jobs. They don't think I don't have a family to support. It's sad. And it's the same department head, that mandated reporter. And you're gonna find it out anyway. It's Patty. And it goes all the way back to Hibbler, all the way back to Rick and Jordan, all of these guys, executive team. Nobody wants to do nothing, but just sit there and just listen. And I'm just like, venting. And that's all we do is come here to vent, because nothing ever gets done. Because I still haven't heard back from Mike Dawson. Because I had to call, my wife had to call these department heads, clear back to DC and Colorado, all these branches of BIA. And they says, oh, we can't do nothing. It's like their hands are tied too. But they can still do the thing with the computer, even though their hands are tied, because they're not tied behind their back. They won't do nothing for any tribal members. And it's sad. Can't even, it's like they bought off all the lawyers. Can't even get a lawyer. Even if I had $1 million right now today, I couldn't find a lawyer to represent me and all these other families that been shunned, that been told you, oh, we're taking your kid. You don't have a choice in the matter. You did all the hoops and everything else, and it's called forced reunification. So when you look at forced reunification goes back to taking the doped up parents and the traffic court judge, that should be family court judge, taking the traffic court judges and letting the non-member prosecuting attorney that's running our prosecuting part, run the courtroom over there and give it to a traffic court judge and say, well, this is how we're going to do it, because he's just basically right in front of me. He says, I've never done this before. And he kind of like look under his breath. He just like, so this is like law different from a traffic court. And so now she's there. She gets to do all her thing, how she wants this courtroom to run. Because she tried to shut me up here last year. And, and seeing people like that, it's like she was just spun out, just wandering around in her room waiting for her mom to die. And, it's just like, you see people like that. And when you go to the treatment and you go to the prisons and you see this stuff, and when you get done cleaning the house up like I just did, that's what she looked like. Same thing, but we're not gonna UA her. She's the managing prosecuting attorney. It's okay. We're not gonna UA the department heads. We're not gonna breathalyzer the department heads. They know they're not supposed to do that. But it's okay for them to do that. Because I've seen him picking up a beer in the morning before he went to work. Puts it in his coffee cup. And then his staff helps him if he's running late or if he's not gonna be there, they'll clock him in for him so he gets his PT time. And on top of that, they get to commit fraud. That little boy and his parents get all the TANF and SNAP. They get all the qualifications, but if it was me, I make too much money. I'm like $2 over or I'm $1,000 over, but I won't be qualified for TANF or SNAP. But he gets VA pay, he gets salary for being department head, and his son-in-law's daughter works there. They all live under the same roof, but they're all sitting there feeding on the same EBT card, all the benefits. And that's no secret. And that's not the only family. And it's the sad part is that we're just letting it happen all up in the upstairs DHRD building. All this stuff gets funneled through. Oh yeah, just give them the EBT card, qualify them. Yeah, it's all about the money is what they said. All about the money. Well, they don't want to pay to have me take care of the baby, but they're going to pay fraudulently. They're going to pay this family to have all the benefits when they can't even be supported by it, because he said in the courtroom, they don't need to work. He has enough money to support them all. And that's not the only family. And that's the sad part, that you guys just sit here and you don't even know. You don't know how it takes time to put the rocks in the fire, how to put the rocks into the sweat house, how to make sure everybody's in there, make sure the door's closed. You never seen that part. I grew up and seen all that. I seen all of it, and I still see it today because I went through the prison system for you people, so I could see everything. inside and out, and present, past, future, and present. And right now, the present is today. And I hope you guys start stepping it up, because the stories I hear, even about the new council here, nobody wants to claim that I was driving, but there's only 2 people. But we got in a wreck. Oh, well. Let's walk away. There's more mud. But who cares? If we're gonna represent our people, then represent yourself. Take care of yourself and make sure you walk your steps and look all around you, because there's something around you watching you. Because remember that spider, when he webs his weave, he knows and he can see and he can watch, because he's got to feed himself. He'll suck the blood right out of you. And people are watching. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Joe. That was all on the list. Motion to adjourn.
Oh, I had a comment, Patty.
You had your, say earlier, Sonny, and you're not on the list to go again.
Well, it has to do with the enrollment thing that I gave you at the last quarterly. I haven't received anything back from you, just like he said.
Ruthie's comments were made as Ruthie's comments, not to necessarily be questioned or answered or anything. They were Ruthie's comments, so.
And it was about the enrollment, and then I brought that up and I gave it to you. What I was requesting was how many full bloods there was, how many 3/4, how many halves, how many quarters, and how many below quarters. Because when I was questioning Martin about his statements in the January 18th minutes about the enrollment, and that's what Ruthie was just talking about, and that's what I asked you. I formally gave you guys the request, and just like Joe just said, yeah, we'll get to you. Well, that's been since the last April quarterly, and you're here at July now, and I haven't heard anything about what I requested, because I want to do my own, because what they're talking about, like what she talked about, is that this got voted on in 2003. Well, in the newspaper article, they had like 90 full bloods then, and there was 1,900 less than the quarters. And what I'm looking for is to see where the actual decline is coming from. And at that time, the tribe had a resolution to add other Indian bloods that Judge Malloy said that couldn't be on the ballot with lineal descendancy. They had to wait till after lineal descendancy. And that's what I'm looking forward to, is to get that brought back, where you're adding Indian blood to get a total blood quantum count, because our Indian blood is no greater than all the other federally recognized bloods. So if you're going to a powwow and you come back with a different Indian from somewhere else, the combined amount should be what determines the Indian blood, regardless of if it's mostly this one or mostly the other one. But as long as they're 2 Indians, because we are a race, and that should be brought to the people to see if that's what they want, instead of being like lineal descendants.
Sonny,
Because
there will be plenty of opportunity to present everything on enrollment. That's
yeah,
what,
well, I'm just saying that from the last quarterly, I requested this information and I haven't got anything yet.
understood. Thank you.
So am I gonna be able to get that? What I requested from you?
I will find out.
I hope it's not gonna be like the 2 weeks he's talking about. Like when you told him you'd get back to him in 2 weeks.
Sonny, thank you.
Yeah.
Motion by James, thanks. We're adjourned.